Hey, this is Simon. We're here playing Arctic Motel Simulator. I think this is going to be fun. Dear stranger, you don't know me and I don't know you. I randomly chose an address and sent this letter, so when you are reading this letter, congratulations, this motel is already yours. I've lived in the Arctic all my life, from a baby child to an old man now. I've always been accustomed to the cold wind, heavy snow, and beautiful aurora here, but today I saw a beautiful tropical island introduced in the newspaper, and I suddenly asked a question. Why are you going to continue to read this? Somebody gave me a place, and he has moved to somewhere tropical, and you're going to find out that I'm going to have a hard time with this. Click to continue. Bam. All right. Name of a place. I know this. I usually struggle, but I think that this is a great name. And hello. Yes, Simon's Honey Hole Motel. We have color TV, air conditioning. Friendly service? Is it friendly? I'm not sure. All right, we're gonna keep everything as is, and we're moving right in. I looked at this briefly. I know I gotta clean this room. I hold that, and I'm gonna get the garbage bag, and I click. Oh yeah, that sounds nice. We are clicking trash away because somebody, you know, what the hell are they doing? As far as there isn't any blankets or anything, is this squatting? I mean, there's just trash in here. Who's been, like, eating all this stuff? Leaving things in here. Usually you'll find, like, I don't know, I guess maybe they just take everything. Whatever. Squatters. Oh, yeah. Clean up that mud with a mop on a carpet. That makes no sense. And I like this carpet. A carpet that's, like, it's gonna hide stains very well. Not those kind of big stains that we're able to mop up. Yes. Oh, that little pop sound. That's quite satisfying. All right, our motel is closed. It says there on the top that it's autumn and it's the weekend. Over there, it tells us that information, which is important. And here, oh wait, we're not done yet. Cleaned. Let's, of course, try changing the wallpaper of the room. Okay. Changing the wallpaper. It's one of these things. Paintbrush wallpaper. Oh, you may paint the motel walls and also change the wallpaper in the motel rooms. Please check the bottom left tips and edit the brush settings as you like. Some creative paintings will make your motel stand out among the others. So this is important. What do I gotta do here? It's saying you choose to the paint thing. Oh. Alright, I'm hitting Q there. Q when I was doing that. That's by accident. I was trying to hit G. G moves this, Q moves this. Oh shit. There's a lot of customizing I can do. Oh, hello. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but that ceiling wasn't like that before. I choose it. Just click it. Can I just walk out of here? Holy crap. Just did that. I don't even know how it happened. Alright, I gotta remember Q and G. And still don't know how to use this, but man, that did good. I'll keep this room just as it is. Is it weird? Sure. As it is. Is it weird? Sure.
Everywhere he goes, whether it's a new town or a new bar, people just kind of give him a hard time and they rag on him despite the fact that he has great intentions. I'm curious if that's comparable to this sort of world, this culture of toxic fandom, where like if you make a movie, especially if you make a superhero movie, like you have great intentions, but there are always going to be a small yet vocal group of people there can kind of just be toxic.
I understand what you're saying, but when it comes to fans, it is a fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have. And people are going to be upset because, especially when you're talking about books or games, because you're never going to be the exact person who they had in their head or who they played on Witcher 3, for example. I don't necessarily consider that toxic. I just consider that passionate.
Nerdrotic.com.
The last 10 years should have been a golden age for epic fantasy. Stories that were far too long and complex to adapt and far too expensive to risk on a film now had the perfect template. Streaming at the perfect time in the post-Game of Thrones era. As the streaming wars were ramping up, studios were racing to find an heir apparent to that show. And they were throwing around ridiculous money to get the rights to things like Conan, The Wheel of Time, The Lord of the Rings, and even Disney brought back Willow and the Dark Crystal. And this is because they had money to burn. Unfortunately, that's exactly what they did. And in the case of the Rings of Power, they're still doing it. But aside from the Rings of Power, I would say the second most embarrassing failure belongs to Netflix's The Witcher, which to date Netflix has spent roughly $750 million on, including $250 million, that's $250 million to you and me, on seasons 4 and 5. And the reason they bypassed the opportunity to print money to instead go straight to burning it has everything to do with the overcorrection in the post-Me Too era with the feminization of traditionally masculine intellectual properties. Something at first a lot of people denied, but now it is important. Case in point, The Witcher, which rose to prominence here in the States through video games. There was some excitement with the announcement of Henry Cavill playing Geralt of Rivia after he got screwed over by Warner Brothers. Little did we know at the time that he'd get screwed over by Netflix too. But let's be real, the excitement wasn't long-lived once we got that first reveal of Henry as Geralt, which admittedly was universally mocked on the internet. And of course, there was questions with the costuming, particularly that MILF Guardian ballsack armor that was followed by some questionable casting choices and all of those feminist writers who were assembled by Netflix's hand-picked Lauren Schmidt Hissrich, who said this back in 2020 about her version of The Witcher. I think American audiences mostly know Geralt from the video games. The answer to why the show adapts the books is very simple though, and it's that the video games are based on the books. They are an adaptation of the books. For me, it didn't make sense to make an adaptation of something. And now that I reread this a few years later, she was really telling us what she was going to do. What that does is allow us to tell the Witcher story, but in just a different way. I think a lot of video game fans are concerned that we're taking something from them, that we're usurping something that's theirs. And the truth is, I love the video games. They're not going anywhere. They're insanely successful, and I can only hope that our show is that successful. The video games aren't going anywhere, and the books aren't going anywhere. This is just a third way to enjoy these same characters and this same world. That may sound familiar to you, and you will find out why later on in this video, because we certainly got Lauren Hissrich's version of The Witcher, one that led to Henry Cavill leaving, one that was the very definition of the Netflix adaptation. Welcome to the supercut of the epic failure of The Witcher. The bad news keeps coming, and it gets worse. But first, I'd like to welcome the over 630,000 of you joining me on this journey down the rabbit hole of common sense extremism. Before this video, you heard from the very popular actor, not adult pretender, Henry Cavill, and we will hear more of his wisdom later. Now let's recap the series of events that just happened over the last few months that put The Witcher firmly in DOA status. There certainly has been a lot of cope around these parts lately, and it has been brilliant, and I'm not saying this is the best example, but it's just another one this year in the year of the Hollywood reckoning of get woke, go broke, and then beg your fans to still watch the show. Now, the first in these series of events comes from former Witcher writer Beau DeMayo, The Witcher former writer, recalls staff actively mocking the source material. Beau DeMayo shed light on some of the lack of respect towards The Witcher's source material noticed by diehard fans in the show. The same diehard fans that were called the same things we have been called every time we legitimately criticize something. Although Andrzej Sapkowski, the pride of Poland's The Witcher, didn't really gain worldwide recognition until CD Projekt Red's games started to become more popular, the latter were never meant to be a like-for-like recreation of the novels, even if there are still tons of references to them in the vast world of The Witcher 3. Netflix's series has set out to do something similar, following the book's story, but changing certain themes, moments, plot lines, and the overall personality of some characters to suit its needs. In other words, completely changing the source material. Those changes do require you have to respect the work before you're allowed to add to its legacy, as writer Beau DeMayo commented during a recent Instagram Q&A session via Sci-Fi and Fantasy Gazette, something found lacking in The Witcher since some of the writers were not fans or actively disliked the books and games, even actively mocking the source material. It's a recipe for disaster and bad morale. Perhaps it's no surprise then that within days of this article, we heard this. Liam Hemsworth is replacing Henry Cavill for The Witcher Season 4. There is no replacing Henry Cavill in this series. It's dead. Interesting wording in your headline. While Liam Hemsworth is indeed replacing Henry Cavill, it's because Henry Cavill left, and the timing couldn't have been worse for Netflix because all of this happened right before the big rollout of the Witcher prequel, Blood Origin. Never heard of it? Don't recognize this as The Witcher? I don't blame you, because honestly, I couldn't tell the difference between this, Willow, The Rings of Power, and Wheel of Time. It just looks like a very diverse group of no-name adult pretenders in rags. To be fair, it does have Michelle Yeoh, who has been great in some things and awful in others.
Every minute you remain here, your counselors must reorganize their tiny male brains to rationalize why it isn't them standing on the dais.
And it's impossible not to mention the Change.org petition, which currently sits at 279,123 signatures. Netflix, you must keep Henry Cavill as The Witcher and replace the writers instead. But a better barometer of how the fans actually feel is the Blood Origin trailers that are currently on YouTube and getting ratioed into oblivion. But even before this, there were whispers, hints, clues, signs, straight up portents that this was going to be an intersectional woke disaster. Writers from the Witcher Netflix series. We will have a cat mother, a patriarchy smasher in Haley Hall, a witch, and etc. Sure looks promising. But I would say the biggest red flag came up prior to season 2 from Henry Cavill himself.
The showrunner has a particular vision for the show and for the characters in the show. And as you, I mean, I don't know if you read the books, but the books, certainly the first few, there's very much from a Geralt perspective. And so with the shift of the showrunner's vision, where it's an ensemble cast more so than a singular lead, and the perspective is shifted to be almost more of a Cirilla Yennefer perspective. And so it's about finding my character's place within that vision, and making sure that I do everything I can to be as faithful to the source material as possible that I can be within the structure set out for me. Yeah, it's about finding that place in there where I can do both. I can help the showrunner realize their vision, and also bring everything I can from the books and from that psychopathic, like, loyalist nature of mine into my own personal character.
Reminder, The Witcher was one of Henry Cavill's dream projects that he walked away from. So whatever spin you hear, we know the truth. It's out there, and damn it, he was trying to tell us. The first season of The Witcher was a massive success for the streaming service, and season 2 is on the way relatively shortly. Well, it has since come out, and it wasn't a massive success. Last year, The Witcher showrunner Lauren Schmidt Hissrich made it clear that she has enough ideas for the show to run for another 7 seasons. Well, that's not likely now. While those plans seemed overly ambitious at the time, they certainly did, and they do now. Cavill has said he's good with that plan, but he wants to make sure that those in charge make one big promise. Speaking to The Hollywood Reporter, the actor, who is also the most recent iteration of Superman, said that he is willing to come back to The Witcher for its entire long run, as long as the showrunners continue making high-quality programming. Cavill said that they also need to make sure that the stories that are pumped out stay true to the vision of the author of the Witcher books, Andrzej Sapkowski. Then, of course, The Witcher Season 2 came out right around Christmas, and it was completely forgettable. But who could forget the back and forth between Lauren Hissrich and Jeremy from The Quartering, where she was forced to bend the knee to the woke mob for even talking to him? But that's not all. This brings us to the latest article from Tech Radar. Speaking exclusively to Tech Radar at the Witcher Blood Origin UK junket, Hissrich said she sympathizes with viewers over Cavill leaving the hit Netflix show. However, Hissrich simultaneously appealed to fans to stick with the TV series even if Cavill won't be a part of its cast for much longer. Of course, because she wants to keep her platform. Hissrich's response comes 5 weeks after it was revealed the show's lead actor won't return as Geralt of Rivia after The Witcher Season 3, the fantasy series which returns in Q2 of 2023, and it's already DOA, will bring the curtain down on Cavill's reign, with Liam Hemsworth, discount Hemsworth, brother of Marvel movie star Chris Hemsworth, replacing Cavill from Season 4 onwards. I highly doubt there's going to be an onwards. Then the article once again brings up the Change.org petition, which we just talked about, the one that wants to keep Henry Cavill and sack the showrunners. And again, that is the single most logical decision you can make. It's the only decision you should be making. I don't care what egos you have to bruise. I don't care what contracts you have to break. Your show was much more likely to survive with Henry Cavill and without Lauren Hissrich and her writing team. Now it has no chance. But this is what happens when you hire for optics. When you cast people in certain positions like showrunners, writers, or producers, and you find out that they're not really qualified for the job, it gets a little difficult to get rid of them because of the optics. For her part, Hissrich said she completely understands the fan anger leveled at her and the rest of the show's creators. I'm wondering if that's in reference to Beau DeMayo. However, she also called on The Witcher's fan base to continue supporting its cast and crew. Why? Give us a reason, adding that failure to do so would be to the detriment of the upcoming spin-off Blood Origin and future seasons of The Witcher's main series. Hate to break this to you, sweetheart. That was you. You and your writers drove off Henry Cavill. You and your writers drove off the fans by not respecting the source material. It's a big deal for us too, Hissrich admitted when Tech Radar mentioned how fans had negatively responded to Cavill's impending departure. And that's the thing. There's a lot of talk and rumors about, and we fully understand why fans are going there. I can't help but think she means not only Henry Cavill leaving, but why he is leaving, and it doesn't sound like it's a denial. And that is the single most obvious reason why this entire staff should be fired right now. You were given a potential franchise that could have gone on for years, and you made it a feminist platform. Here's where the begging starts. What I would say is please come back for The Witcher Season 3. Please come back for The Witcher Season 3 so that we can continue to do this. So you're saying if we don't come back, we won't get a Witcher Season 4? Thanks for letting us know. Obviously, that Cavill departure is huge news. But what I don't want to do is this has to stay about Blood Origin. Declan DeBarra, Blood Origin's showrunner, the cast and the crew, this is their time in the spotlight. Oh, well, it's not going to last very long. The Witcher Blood Origin includes a major change to series Bloodline. Lauren S. Hissrich reveals Netflix The Witcher Blood Origin features a major change to the lore. It appears The Witcher Blood Origin will add a new ancestor to series Bloodline, one also involved in the creation of the first Witcher and the conjunction of the spheres. So they're going to completely make this up, and as with all prequels to established properties, Hollywood likes to do them so a girl could do it first, which already happened in the books, but it wasn't the right kind of girl. They had to correct that too. And once again, it's no surprise we hear this. Originally announced as a 6-episode show, Blood Origin was cut down significantly. And I'm guessing if there's a Witcher season 4, and that's a big if, it will be cut down significantly in budget and episode count. A lot could happen between now and 2025. And for what it was, I liked season 1 and defended it. It had a lot of what people liked. Geralt, monsters, and boobs. But it also had plenty of cringe like this.
Because I'm a girl and girls can't be witches. Which I think is probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I want more. I have to be more because I don't know what to do in Blaviken for the rest of my life except go to the boring old market.
So the future tavern wench wants more. Maybe she could take a women's studies course at the University of Blaviken. And who could forget Geralt spending the entire final episode of the first season injured in the back of a horse cart? But not to worry, because according to Lauren Hissrich, once Henry Cavill is gone, they're going to be much more canonical. God, that sounds familiar. Rings of Power Season 2, anyone? Bottom line, Season 2 was a disaster. It's been all downhill from there. Netflix should have fired this entire writing staff, brought in new showrunners, and made Henry happy, and they would have a successful series. Now, that's not happening. But if the show doesn't satisfy you, well, there's always The Witcher 4 from CD Projekt Red, right?
My name is Piotr Nielubowicz. I'm a member of the board and CFO at CD Projekt. I'm also personally involved in a range of environmental, social, and governance initiatives, ESG for short.
You what?
Okay, never mind. It looks like they're going to try to outdo The Last of Us Part 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another shining example of Hollywood looking for that mythical modern audience. Now, they didn't find the audience, but they did find something else. Failure. And now The Witcher without Henry Cavill is gonna look just like Blood or Wheel of Time or Willow or Rings of Power. They're all interchangeable, and I want you to think about this again to bring up the mythical modern audience in their never-ending quest to search for that audience and be different by subverting cultural norms. They all look the same. And what's the big difference between the previously mentioned fantasies and House of the Dragon? Masculinity. And The Witcher just lost theirs, and poor Henry Cavill is used once again by Netflix as a bait and switch. I hope that isn't the case with Argyle as well. The poor guy was born a decade or two too late, because he should be the biggest star in Hollywood right now, and James Gunn, he should most definitely be Superman. Now, one of the reasons he's so popular is because he had the fans back. I want you to look for a lot of I told you so's and
Fuck you, I was right! Fuck you, I was right!
over the next year. Currently, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Dysentery is the flop heard round the world. And it is competing with The Flash to become the biggest bomb of the year, and it is certainly the biggest financial disaster in Lucasfilm's history, or in this case, I should say, herstory.
I have some major problems with this movie. One of the problems I have with the movie is that Phoebe's character was an asshole.
Wow.
And that's a good thing for Netflix, because fewer people have noticed A, The Witcher Season 3 even came out, and B, that it's abysmal. A while back, I made a video called The Witcher is Doomed, one that was covered by Asmongold. Thanks, dude. Well, here we are 7 short months later, and the beginning of the end is here.
The chat says that he's leaving because he doesn't agree with the storylines that the writers have been developing. If that's the case, I can completely understand that, because Henry is such a huge fan of the games and the books, and the writers on the Netflix series have chosen, for whatever reason they did so, to deviate quite severely from the books and the games. I personally don't understand the choice.
Now, all of this could have been avoided if you listen to the fans, just like with Kathleen Kennedy over at Lucasfilm. If you had listened to the fans, you had multiple times to fire her after The Last Jedi, after Solo, after The Rise of Skywalker, after she fired Gina Carano. But beyond all rational explanation, she is still in charge, and look where it's gotten them. We've also seen this with Chris Chibnall in the first female doctor played by Jodie Whittaker. Those two were only shown the door after the show had completely cratered. Same goes for Alex Kurtzman, who's been showing Star Trek now for years. Yes, he did have a recent success with Picard Season 3 1. He had nothing to do with, but now he's gone right back to killing Star Trek, and now 2 of his shows have been canceled with more to come.
This kid's got to go back to preschool.
Michelle Yeoh is set to star in her own Star Trek movie.
And now Netflix is doing the same thing. The second Henry Cavill started having a problem with Lauren Schmidt Hissridge's writing, she and her entire staff should have been gone. Admittedly, despite it having problems, I did like season 1. Gave it a 7 out of 10, but this is the portion of the video where I get some I told you so's.
I told you so. I told you!
I earned that. Despite my age, I'm still capable of being a sweet summer child. Now let's do a brief recap of The Witcher's road to failure. After a very successful season 1 where Netflix thought they had their Game of Thrones, we started hearing some concerning comments from Henry Cavill.
With the shift of the showrunner's vision, where it's an ensemble cast more so than a singular lead, and the perspectives is shifted to be almost more of a Cirilla Yennefer perspective. And so it's about finding my character's place within that vision and making sure that I do everything I can to be as faithful to the source material as possible within the structure set out for me.
That was Henry trying to temper our expectations, and that's a good thing because then season 2 came out and they absolutely butchered the book Blood of Elves. After Lauren Schmidt Hissridge completely ignored the fan complaints of there not being enough Witcher in The Witcher, she decided to put less Witcher in The Witcher for season 2. Then we heard from former Witcher writer Beau DeMayo that writers on the show were openly mocking the source material. Then on October 13th of 2022, Henry Cavill announced he's leaving The Witcher, and it all gets worse from here. Shortly after that, a petition was started with over 300,000 signatures. Netflix, you must keep Henry Cavill as The Witcher and replace the writers instead. Then after that, we started to understand why Henry not only left, he ran. Blood Origin was released with a whopping 13% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes and a 1.4 user score on Metacritic, making a pretty good case of being worst fantasy series in a year that Willow and The Rings of Power came out. But that was just a taste. What did Lauren Hissridge and her patriarchy-smashing writing team have up their sleeves next? This brings us to The Witcher Season 3. First off, props to Henry Cavill for being a true professional. Part of being a professional is showing restraint, and I'm sure the first time he saw that script, he wanted to set it on fire and tell him to piss off. In season 3, just like in season 2 and actually season 1, everyone's after Ciri. As the synopsis goes, as monarchs, mages, and beasts of the continent compete to capture her, Geralt takes Ciri of Cintra into hiding, determined to protect his newly reunited family against those who threaten to destroy it. Season 3 is based on the book A Time for Contempt, which is appropriate because Lauren Hissridge has obvious contempt for The Witcher and men in general. At this point, you should just call the show The Witch Her, because this is clearly the Yennefer show, and it always has been. One more time, as
I told you so.
Yennefer, Ciri, and their sidekick Geralt are all together again, except there's a little problem. I seem to recall last season that Yennefer betrayed both Geralt and Ciri, and then Yennefer goes so far as to try to sacrifice Ciri to get her magic back, but apparently Ciri and Yennefer worked it out before the season started, and it only takes a couple episodes for Geralt to forgive Yennefer. But why take the time to have Yennefer authentically redeem herself after, quite frankly, butchering her character last season when you can just blow past it and get back to girl bossing? Anya Chalotra as Yennefer and Freya Allan as Ciri are fine, but they're given nothing to work with this season. Just like last season, and I know this comes from the books, but Ciri is just a girl who's the key to everything. That might have been new at one time, but it's not now. It's just a tired old trope. And Jaskier is back to sing another song for Dan Vast to cover. And just in case you haven't heard, Jaskier's totally bi now because Netflix has been pretty subtle about it. And Jaskier spends most of his time in a will gay, won't gay with Prince Radovid.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Then there's our list of girl bosses. There's the good girl boss, Tissaia, the bad girl boss, Philippa, the dumb girl boss and elf, Francesca, the former girl boss, Fringilla, who's put on some COVID weight, body positivity girl boss, Margarita, and Ava, who's technically a they-them boss, and a whole host of other characters, including Triss, Istrid, and Kahir, and I can tell you right now, I don't care about any of them. Not enough to even tell you what happens. Sure, there's a couple of decent moments with Lars Mikkelsen's Stregobor or Graham McTavish's Dijkstra, but they are fleeting. And brief moments do not make a show good. And I don't even know what the point was to bring in Emperor Amir to just do his best Cersei Lannister impression.
When you have finished this mission, we shall have everything that we want.
And Bart Edwards is too young. He looks like Ciri's older brother, not her father. And this brings us to the show's titular character, The Witcher, Geralt of Rivia, played by Henry Cavill, who's just an afterthought. We're told that this season is far more book accurate, I guess, except for when it isn't. Our boy Geralt is done dirty again. He's more babysitter than protector, and he goes on more inane side quests that didn't happen in the book, including one where he finds a fake Ciri and has to fight a fleshy girl bits monster, whose heads are hanging off the wall and look suspiciously like testicles.
I told you so.
Now, this is the only monster he fights alone. He gets help from Ciri on the other two, and of course she gets the kill on the final one. But why see Geralt of Rivia slay monsters when you can see him sitting around and talking master, sitting next to beds, and crying for his mama? As you may or may not know, Netflix cut this season in half to try to milk Henry Cavill, for lack of a better description, for all he's worth. And if you don't think Netflix is keenly aware that their show is dead, I give you this from Forbes. Netflix throws Liam Hemsworth under the bus in a desperate marketing bid for The Witcher Season 3. And here's the tweet from The Witcher. Just in case you need a reminder, yes, he's still Geralt in Season 3. Ouch. And where does Lauren Hissrich decide to end this first part of the season? With a ball.
Ha! Gay!
Which is strange because this show has no balls. And it doesn't end there. This also happens to be the worst episode of the worst season. The episode is mostly told in flashback with multiple repeated scenes, and the big twist is we're not seeing different perspectives, we're simply seeing different angles. I'm not doing this awful writing justice. Again, we see the same scenes twice, we hear the same dialogue twice, just from a different angle. Episode 5 was called The Art of Illusion, and if you weren't sure all is not what it seems, they had some bards singing All Is Not What It Seems over and over again. All is not as it seems. It looks like Lauren Hissrich went to the Rian Johnson School of Dumb Filmmaking, meant to make you believe it's smart. And I know the costuming and the sets have never been spectacular in The Witcher, but it has devolved to being indiscernible from things like Willow, The Wheel of Time, and The Rings of Power. And things like time and distance are completely thrown out the window this season. You have no idea where you are. You have no idea how long anything takes. We know these events take over weeks and months, but in the show it feels like a couple of days. Put simply, this show is dumb. Tell me, why would you drop off all of your things on the top of a cliff when you have to climb down to catch a ferry? How does a peasant get such expensive, modern-looking hair? Why did a monster decide not to eat the diverse cast members? Why do all the mages who we are told are beautiful in the books look like they work for the Netflix marketing department? And how much was the budget cut for this season? The CG largely was laughably bad, including the Ciri horse riding scene. This is where we get to see the Wild Hunt, and if you watch Blood Origin, which the vast majority of you didn't, you would know that the mighty and formidable King Círdan is actually just a wafy guy who's mad because his boyfriend died. When the show isn't abysmal, it's incredibly boring, and it's pretty clear Henry Cavill made the right decision. And it looks like the people agree because it is getting destroyed. Thomas S., 1 star. Started off okay, not really, but pacing was strange. Yes, it was. Characters' traveling speed made no sense. Hard to figure out where scenes were taking place, and so much side character nonsense that just drags on for no reason. But honestly, watching the last episode 5 was one of the most painful, difficult things I have watched in a while. A shitty song played over and over again as dialogue and scenes are repeated again and again, all for a reveal we already knew since like season 1. Josh A., half star, just a teenage love drama. Barely made it through the first couple of episodes, but decided to reluctantly chug on. To my dismay, the last episode was the worst of them all. Ion G., half star. Season 3 is more accurate to the books. meaning random Easter eggs from the books without context, and the meaning changed so much that it makes no sense. They ruined impactful scenes from the books just to put them in this rotten show. Bad, cringe characters are not even book accurate, and I think he meant to say, neither are the monsters. This seems like bad fan fiction. Let me play devil's advocate. Maybe Lauren Hissrich and her team of writers didn't adapt the books properly because they wanted to play to their strengths. The only problem with that argument is, as writers, they don't have any strengths. And it's become abundantly clear Lauren and her team can't write men. But to be fair, they're only slightly worse at that than writing women. I'll remind you that we are going into the 3rd month of the writer's strike, and I would also like to mention that I've spent the last couple of weeks watching things like Strange New Worlds, The Flash, Secret Invasion, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Dysentery, and now The Witcher Season 3, and I'm just gonna say, you're not making a good case for yourself. Go ahead, stay on strike.
Right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there. So first we have to decide how much do we want to find out. So let's say in my case, I want to find out at a level of 7. Okay, so I find that level on my graph, when I come horizontally to my gradient line. Where it intersects with my gradient line, and I come straight down where it intersects with my around line. Now there's going to tell me how much I have to find out what I need to find out. See, as you can see, the more you around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never around, you'll never find out. I hope this lesson is helpful. Thank you.
Greetings, you over 827,000 practitioners of common sense. You're brilliant, by the way. And the 40% who haven't subscribed yet, you're not so bad either. Let's talk about Netflix's biggest failure, The Witcher. But let's briefly go back in time to 2019, a time before COVID. There was a pretty good economy. Game of Thrones just ended in disaster, opening the door for a new fantasy series. Enter The Witcher.
Everyone has been wondering, what are we going to do now that Game of Thrones has completed its run? Well, we have the answer for you. It's called The Witcher.
Despite casting fan favorite and fan of the books and games Henry Cavill, there was still a lot of skepticism. There was the additional diverse and inclusive casting that may reflect the Netflix HR department, but didn't really reflect the source material.
For me, it is all about the books. I'm always of the mind, if it's not broken, don't try and fix it. And I don't think they're broken. And I absolutely love those books.
Obviously, it's a book that was written at a certain time. It was written by a Polish author. And I had a feeling that most people imagine these characters to be quite permanent. I am trying to tell stories where other people who may have my experience can also find themselves in The Witcher. And that includes making characters that perhaps fans imagined.
It's a big part of the pop culture history of Poland, which is also, I think, quite important.
In many ways, The Witcher world has a very European basis. We wanted to give the continent a slightly more global feel.
Which tends to be a major red flag when it comes to the approach to the source material. There was the Nilfgaardian ballsack armor.
What do they look like, Jimmy?
They look like a couple of dogs.
Yet prior to the show's release, showrunner Lauren Hissrich tried to quell some of that skepticism and made a statement that sounded pretty good. Will I move through the book and start changing people's cultural heritage and ethnic makeup or gender because I'm feeling really liberal that day? No, that's ridiculous. And contrary to what any writer would do, because we are storytellers. Story comes first. Well, it turns out that this was only one of the first signs that Lauren Hissrich has a little problem telling the truth. And to borrow a phrase from the fantasy series that The Witcher hoped to be someday, words are wind.
Can we get some cash money now?
Oh, plenty dollars.
Still, season 1 was a massive success, one of the most watched shows on Netflix, and maybe they did have their Game of Thrones.
It's very flattering. I don't know if it's a fair comparison yet. Time will tell. Because the only comparison you can truly make is popularity. How well this does versus how well that does.
Unfortunately, it was all downhill from there. There's an old book out there that says,
"Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall."
Was season 1 successful because of Henry Cavill, despite the writers and the producers from Netflix, or Was The Witcher Season 1 successful because of the writers and producers from Netflix, despite Henry Cavill? If you chose the latter, then you're probably a writer and producer for The Witcher on Netflix.
How dare you?
Season 1 of The Witcher had an 89% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, which was higher than the critic score. Then Season 2 dipped almost 50% to 56%. And Season 3 has dipped more than 50% from the 56% at 22%.
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
And let's keep in mind, after the success of Season 1, there was all this talk of a 7-season plan, which looks like it's been abandoned. One that Henry was down with initially on one condition. In an interview with The Hollywood Reporter in November 2021, Cavill said he was absolutely committed to telling Geralt's story for 7 seasons on one condition, as long as we keep telling great stories which honor Sapkowski's work.
I think they're ready for us.
Well, I'm ready also. For what?
You know what? We're going to discover together.
Well, Lauren Hissrich has said quite a bit over the last few years, and it turns out the vast majority of it is bullshit.
So it would be a straight translation of the books. You know, I just think there's so much material that I don't feel the need to start inventing my own to keep it going.
She also said The Witcher Season 3 will be very close to the books, except when it isn't. And we were told Henry Cavill would get a heroic send-off. To be fair, I do believe Lauren was being 100% honest when she was begging fans to come back to the show after Henry left. Netflix, like Amazon with the Rings of Power, did end up getting their Game of Thrones, except they went straight to Season 8. And just to pile on a little bit more, those audience scores are reflected on other review aggregates like IMDb and Metacritic, which are all-time lows for the series. And if that wasn't enough for Lauren Hissrich and her crack team of writers who are smoking crack, Season 3 Part 1 of The Witcher lost 50% of its audience from Episode 1 to Episode 5. Now, you could just chalk this up as another show that had a pretty decent Season 1 and then just fell off a cliff, like Westworld, Altered Carbon, Umbrella Academy, or even going back to Heroes. The only difference is a lot of the fans saw this one coming a mile away, and now that Part 2 has come out, it is indeed a fart in the wind, and you can tell I'm putting off even wanting to talk about it because I freaking hated it. Now, there might be others, but I can't think of a TV series that fell from grace so fast and hard. Alls I know is I went from the piece of crap Secret Invasion finale right into the hot garbage that was the last 3 episodes of The Witcher, keeping in mind that the writers of both shows are currently on strike because they want more money. Just like with the Rings of Power last year, to a lesser extent, The Witcher Season 3 has united the internet. These are the roundest of times and the find-outest of times, and I do find it interesting, although this wasn't intended, that the title of the 6th episode of Season 3 describes everything that's going on with Netflix, The Witcher, Lauren Hissrich, and Henry Cavill. Everyone has a plan until you're punched in the face. As with this entire series, The Witcher Season 3 Part 2 could be summed up with this.
I'm searching for you, Siri.
Where's the girl?
Where's Siri? He's looking for Siri. I need to find Siri. Where is Cirilla? Have you seen Cirilla? Siri? Siri? Where are you, Siri?
Siri, are you here? We're looking for Siri.
Siri.
For the sake of your valuable time and, more importantly, your sanity as well as mine, we're going to get through this as fast as possible. As you may or may not recall, because you probably didn't watch the show, we left off The Witcher Season 3 Part 1 with a bang, with repeated scenes and repeated dialogue to make it look smart. The mages were conclaving, and apparently all is not what it seems. How did I know that? This brings us to the dinner theater adaptation of The Thanic Coup.
Round 1, fight!
And there's a big battle between the Conclave mages, Redania, who in this show I like to call Retardia, and the Sciatel, who are the elves under the orders of Nilfgaard. And everybody's there, including but not limited to Desea, Francesca, Margarita, Philippa, Sabrina, Triss, Fringilla and her COVID weight? Sure, there's a couple of dudes as well, including Kahir and Philavandrel, who ends up getting blown up. The best description will be women and some men fight some women and some men. Most of the men die, women most affected. You know who wasn't at the coup? Ciri, who got abandoned by her babysitter Jaskier so he could have some gay love. Yennefer was able to easily escape the coup, to find Ciri in the middle of nowhere, to abandon her once again, to go girl boss at the coup. Geralt, of course, sat the entire thing out, but not to worry. He finally got his big battle. The battle they have been building up to for almost an entire episode. Geralt of Rivia and Felgefort's beach off.
If I wasn't severely injured, I would beat you off right now, Ken. I'll beach off with you any day, Ken. Hold my hands with you. All right, Ken, you're on. Let's beach off.
Geralt gets his ass handed to him, and I shit you not, he gets sidelined for the final 2 episodes. Geralt is taken to Broccoli. I'm sorry, the female utopia of Brooklyn, where the hippie ladies heal him, and he's in this episode for about 3 minutes. And the rest of this hour-long episode is Ciri wandering around the desert being stalked by the goddess of angry feminism, Falca.
Powerful women have been labeled insane since the dawn of time. It's bullshit. Always has been. Always will be.
Just in case you didn't get it the first 10 or 20 times in this series, Ciri is the girl who is the key to everything.
One of the more important things about Ciri is that we will slowly discover that she is the main character of the Witcher saga. Not Geralt, not Yennefer, it's Ciri's story.
You are the key to everything, Sibilla.
That's right, Ciri has finally taken center stage from Yennefer. And in Henry Cavill's final episode of The Witcher, he spends the vast majority of it in physical therapy. Sure, by the very end of the episode, he ends up healed, teaming up with Jaskier and my producer X-Ray Girl, I'm sorry, Milva. And in Henry Cavill's final battle in the Witcher series, he kills a bunch of Nilfgaardian goons who stole a girl's doll. And of course, at the end of the fight, he has to be saved by my producer X-Ray Girl, I'm sorry, Milva. And that's it for Henry Cavill as far as the rest of the cast. Jaskier is still gay, Yennefer's still a girl boss, Radovid becomes king, and the lost Ciri is found and saved by a bunch of adolescent cosplayers who cut through men twice their size like butter. And the only character to make a logical decision in this show as a surrogate for the audience is Tessera when she ends it all. And Henry Cavill is free from this intersectional feminist fever dream. And sure, I have some questions that'll never get answered, and honestly, I don't care. How did Fringilla and her COVID weight find her way to the coup when the last time we saw her, she was drunk in a tavern? How does Kahir, who has been searching for Ciri this entire series, just randomly run across her and then heel turns, begs for forgiveness, begs to be killed, and when she doesn't do it, he runs off to save her from his own people and says, I'll see you later. How are people able to come and go as they please during this elaborate coup? And what's up with very natural redhead Deus Ex Triss, who came out of nowhere to save Yennefer and later save Geralt? Guess she's just hanging out waiting to save people when the script calls for it. And how in the hell did she get him to Broccoli? How could anyone responsible for the show Blood Origin, which severely alters the lore, and then they connect it directly to The Witcher, who has lied to the audience multiple times following failure with another abysmal failure, still keep her job? My highly weaponized autistic research team has crunched the numbers, and I have the total screen time of Henry Cavill's Geralt of Rivia. Total running time for episodes 1 through 5, not counting credits, is 4 hours and 35 minutes. Geralt's screen time was 73 minutes, 24.8 seconds. Henry Cavill is only on screen for 27.97% of Season 3, Part 1. As far as Season 3, Part 2 is concerned, it's even worse. Total runtime for episodes 6 through 8, not counting credits, is 2 hours, 30 minutes, and 31 seconds. Henry Cavill's total screen time, 25 minutes and 3 seconds. That means Henry Cavill is only in 16.67% of the final 3 episodes. So it won't surprise you at all to hear again that these are some of the lowest rated Witcher episodes ever and some of the worst episodes of TV I've seen in years. Long story short, these 3 episodes were hot garbage. Blood Origin bad. They were incomprehensible, illogical, contrived, The worst kind of fan fiction that gives fan fiction a bad name. But don't feel bad if you have trouble with this show because you didn't read the books or play the games. You would only be slightly more lost than the people who read the books and played the games. The Witcher was done the very second Henry Cavill announced he was leaving, and we are simply here observing the inevitable and chronicling its demise. But not to worry, Witcher producer Tomek Baginski has an explanation as to why his show sucks. It's our fault. From Forbes, the Witcher producer blames stupid Americans and emotional young people for the show's failures.
That's retarded.
Yet, the universe unfolds as it should, and thanks to the Writers Guild and Film Actors Guild strike, The Witcher Season 4 has been delayed indefinitely. Far be it from me to give a multi-billion-dollar corporation unsolicited advice from my spare bedroom surrounded by my plastic pals, but what the hell? Cancel this show. Well, that wraps it up for Season 3, and the only question left was, if it was that bad with Henry Cavill there, how bad will it be with him gone? And it turns out, predictably, it was pretty fucking bad.
I'm the most annoying guy on set because I'm saying, excuse me, you do realize that this should be happening and they wouldn't do that, and you haven't read this, that means this would be impossible. And everyone's just going, Henry, just shut up and do the thing. And I'm like, I don't want to do the thing because he wouldn't do it this way, and he can do this. The first thing he said to me was, I didn't write this, it's not my fault. This isn't me.
I know that he watches the episodes, I know that he likes them, but he does not actually want to be a day-to-day part of the process.
Just coming to the set and reading and giving notes, listen, I like it, but maybe, just maybe, we could shift it a little bit here or there.
Never.
Maybe I gave them some ideas, but they never listened. They never listened.
Netflix, in their infinite wisdom, decided to remind the world that their version of The Witcher still exists. And I can hear most of you now asking, it does? Yes, except this time, it's not going to feature Henry Cavill as a guest star in his own show surrounded by a bunch of fanfic feminist gobbledygook. Now we have Liam Hemsworth taking over for Henry Cavill as a guest star in his own show surrounded by a bunch of fanfic feminist gobbledygook. And it turns out this romantasy fanfic feminist gobbledygook was very expensive. We have learned very recently that this show cost Netflix over $500 million. Now, to be fair, you could probably find $500 million in change in Ted Sarandos' casting couch, but it's still a very expensive embarrassment and one that was easily avoidable. If you feel like not a lot of people have been talking about The Witcher, it's because they haven't since Henry Cavill left, including Netflix, who decided to drop their first clip late at night on a Saturday. And the reactions to this clip went down about as well as you would think. But before we get to that, let's take a little trip down memory, or in this case, Mamory Lane. Because as you know, the ladies of Hollywood want and deserve accolades for their successes, but they often seem to avoid the accountability for their failures, and I'm here for equality. Because I think women can fuck up just as much as men, because without a doubt, The Witcher was ruined by a woman. Which premiered on December 20th, 2019, and while being mostly panned by critics, it was generally loved by audiences. Hell, I even liked it, giving it a 7 out of 10, and it was generally considered a success. And because it was epic fantasy, and it also premiered the same year as the disastrous Season 8, some were calling it the heir apparent to Game of Thrones.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
And that was despite all the concerns many Witcher fans had prior to Season 1 with the hiring of very questionable writers. As they say, hindsight is 20/20, and I would chalk up most of the success of Season 1 to Henry Cavill. But unfortunately, it was Lauren Istrich who took all the credit and saw the success of Season 1 as a mandate, or in this case, a woman did, who went on to contort and vandalize the lore from the games and the books to fit something from her worldview, a Witcher for a modern audience. And that audience was the person she stares at in the mirror every day. The first real signs of trouble came from this little soundbite that turned out to be a dire warning from Henry Cavill prior to Season 2.
The showrunner has a particular vision for the show and the characters for the show. And as you read, I don't know if you read the books, but the books, certainly the first few, is very much from a Geralt perspective. And so with the shift of the showrunner's vision, where it's an ensemble cast more so Cirilla Yennefer perspective. And so it's about finding my character's place within that vision and making sure that I do everything I can to be as faithful to the source material as possible that I can be within the structure set out for me.
And lo and behold, Season 2 came out, butchering the lore of the book. It was based on Blood of Elves, and there was an unsurprising dramatic loss in viewership. After Season 2, we would learn what led to this disaster and future disasters from former writer and producer Beau DeMayo, who was also the former writer and producer of X-Men 97, who is currently ripping Kevin Feige on The Daily. DeMayo said, "I've been on a show, namely Witcher, where some of the writers actively dislike the books and games, even actively mocking the source material," DeMayo explained. "It's a recipe for disaster and bad for morale, and really bad for your show." Lauren Hissrich would even bitch openly about Henry's commitment to the lore. And Beau wasn't the only one. There's also the writer of The Witcher, Andrei Sapkowski, saying this.
Maybe I gave them some ideas, but they never listened.
Then in October 2022, Henry announced via Instagram that he was leaving the show. And who could blame him? Because a couple of months after that, Netflix decided to release the Witcher prequel, Blood Origin, where they departed from the lore just a little bit and took the formidable, mighty, evil Aroden, the leader of the Wild Hunt, and turned him into a spurned, disgruntled gay man, making Blood Origin a good candidate to be the worst fantasy series in a year where they released Willow and the Rings of Power. And that was followed by Witcher Season 3, where Henry Cavill is in only 1/3 of his own series. Unsurprisingly, viewership dropped again from Season 2 to Season 3, which was supposed to be based on Andrei Sapkowski's book, A Time for Contempt, but it became crystal clear that Lauren Hissrich had contempt for the lore, the audience, and Henry Cavill. And as I've said before, Henry needs to fire his agent because he's been used as the bait and switch quite a bit, from The Witcher to Enola Holmes to Argyle. And while The Witcher died when Henry Cavill left, let's be real, the mortal wound started in Season 2. And that's where obviously Netflix made its biggest mistake. Instead of siding with Henry Cavill and, I don't know, hiring new writers, they stuck with Lauren Hissrich and her feminists. And now the heir apparent to Game of Thrones that was planned for 7 seasons was reduced to 5 and canceled. And the last 2 seasons are being filmed back to back, making them totally 2 seasons, not just one split up. No word yet on episode count, and no word yet on how much the budget was reduced, but considering this clip that they just decided to release in the middle of the night, it looks like a lot. And of course, the responses are what you would think, including but not limited to people saying Liam Hemsworth is the Temu Witcher, but of course Elric fans will say The Witcher is Temu Elric. Again, this was a clip, not a fan film, released at about 8 p.m. Eastern on a Saturday night, on a weekend dominated by the very sad news of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. And considering during Netflix's big Ta-Dum presentation where they showcase all the content coming out over the next couple of years and they didn't speak a single word or show a single frame from The Witcher, if it looks like to you they're trying to bury this, I would agree, and can you blame them? I mean, admittedly, it looks like a very expensive fan film, but a fan film nonetheless, and poor Liam Hemsworth. You know, you and Henry both need to fire your agents. I guess the good news is, based on precedent, Liam's only going to be in about 1/3 of his own series, so we won't have much work to do other than running around with a gay Yasker while they follow the main character of the series, Yennefer, in search of the girl who's the key to everything, Ciri.
Princess Cirilla! Ciri!
Where's the girl?
Where's Ciri? He's looking for Ciri. I need to find Ciri. Where is Cirilla? Have you seen Cirilla?
Ciri! Ciri!
Where are you, Ciri?
Ciri, are you here? We're looking for Ciri.
Where's Ciri?
And occasionally fighting a monster that's some variation of a woman who's been subjugated or enslaved by an evil man, so we should feel really bad when she's slaughtered. And ultimately, the Wild Hunt will just be Aroden looking for a new boyfriend. And yes, once that trailer was dropped late Saturday night on YouTube and Twitter, the responses were unsurprising. Almost universal support for Henry Cavill, people claiming they're just not going to watch this show, and to be fair, a lot of sympathy for Liam Hemsworth. And I have to echo the sentiments from the first comment I see. Gotta respect them for keeping the comment section open. I also have to agree with this one. Remember, guys, don't blame Liam, blame the producers and Lauren Hissrich. Another comment says you had the chance to make a show that could rival Game of Thrones in its heyday. All you had to do was respect the source material and cast characters who actually look like those described in the books. Instead, you chose to inject unnecessary politics into a great series, and your contempt for the story drove away one of the best actors in the business. And now The Witcher doesn't even rival Game of Thrones at its low point. Liam pulling the heart out of the Wraith is quite symbolic of what the producers did to the show quite some time ago. Producers are like my ex, never admit their mistakes and never know when to give up. If Netflix stuck to the books, like Henry tried to, they'd be printing money like crazy. And that, my friend, is the same story for a lot of beloved stories and intellectual properties, including Star Wars, which does have something in common with The Witcher. It was ruined by a woman too. And the other thing that wasn't very surprising was the ratio and the very tepid response. It's only sitting at 1.5 million views, which is great for a lot of channels, but this is Netflix with 31.7 million subscribers. I guess the most somewhat surprising news is how much The Witcher has cost, because Forbes reported Netflix revealed it's $568 million. That's right, Netflix has revealed that it has spent $568 million on the Sword and Sorcery series The Witcher, making it one of the most expensive shows of all time. Forbes continues, the gamble has paid off handsomely.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
For the streamer, as The Witcher is one of the most successful shows, having been viewed for more than 1.2 billion hours. Yeah, because nothing says success like losing the star of your show over the creative direction, having former writers of the show call it out, having the writer of the source material call the show out, and almost the entire audience calling you out and then abandoning you. Let's not forget The Witcher Season 3 premiere was down 15% from The Witcher Season 2 premiere, but the worst news is by the time they got to episode 5 of Season 3, 60% of the audience was gone. And just to pile on a little bit more, let's remind Netflix that they chose the producers of this show over Henry Cavill, and the last thing they've put out has been Blood Origin and The Witcher Season 3, which, according to Rotten Tomatoes, got 13% and 19% audience scores respectively.
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
And it gets worse. Thanks to The Witcher being filmed in the UK, Forbes was indeed able to figure out how much it cost. And rounding up here, it was $568 million, but there was about $97 million in tax credits, making it $459 million. But the most surprising thing, and no, it's not that Season 4 budget, but we'll get to that, is Blood Origin, which was $78 million after a tax credit from $95 million, making it $29 million per episode, making each episode 2 Godzilla minus ones and the entire season 8 Godzilla minus ones. Now, if you're looking at that 42 million and thinking Netflix maybe got smart and just cut the budget, you'd be wrong. These filings only go up to December of 2023, meaning that's the amount Netflix has spent before they even started shooting. The lesson here, there was a time in Hollywood where you can be an insufferable feminist hack writer taking male-oriented epic fantasy and turning it into your own personal romantic fanfic and get paid a lot doing it. And the best thing about being a virtue signal hire, even to this day with rare exceptions, they can't fire you. But you really showed us toxic fans. Netflix is willing to spend upwards of $300 million more, making the total price of The Witcher close to $750 million, all to save face. That'll teach us. You'll lose more money than we could possibly imagine. I sure hope the writers of this show, along with the writers of Wheel of Time and Willow and Blood Origin and soon to be Rings of Power, save your money. Because the bad news is you won't have any more epic fantasy to destroy. Because the good news is there's no more epic fantasy to destroy. I said this in my Red Sonja video, and I'll repeat it here. There was a time I would have loved to have seen Conan or Elric adapted. That time is long gone. Elric won't get adapted because it's too much like The Witcher and Game of Thrones, because The Witcher and Game of Thrones ripped it off. Conan won't get adapted because it's pure 100% unadulterated toxic masculinity in all the best ways. Watch tomorrow, Amazon will announce Phoebe Waller-Bridge is developing a Conan show. I jest, but that's the absolute state of epic fantasy in public publishing, TV, and film. Epic fantasy is not romantasy. Surprisingly enough, a bunch of dudes don't want to watch some sword and sorcery where a bunch of lesbians sit around and talk about their feelings. Other stuff, well, that's different, but leave it to modern Hollywood to make lesbians boring. They better hope some content creators at least take a shot at roasting the show, because they'll be the only ones watching. And I think some congratulations are in order for Lauren Fuller Schmidt-Hissrich and her writers for proving one absolute truth. The worst thing to happen to storytelling in the last century is fanfic. And I guess we have to congratulate Netflix, not for spending hundreds of millions of dollars to make $0, but doing what they set out to do. They wanted to unite the Witcher book fans, the Witcher game fans, and the Henry Cavill fans. And they've done that. They hate and mock your show equally. And God knows in these dark times, we need a little unity and something to laugh at. Henry Cavill is probably laughing his ass off right now. And it's not just because James Gunn's Superman, or Superman's James Gunn, finished its worldwide theatrical run at $615 million, which, the last time I checked, although I'm not very good at math, is a lot less than the $668 million brought in by The Man of Steel in its worldwide theatrical run over 10 years ago without adjusting for inflation. And while you think that will be enough to provide some snot bubble-inducing laughter, I'm actually concerned for Henry's health right now, because Netflix decided to one-up it by dropping a full Witcher Season 4 trailer, which also happens to be the first trailer of any kind for this show, released a whopping 3 weeks before it premieres. Now, they did release a small clip a couple of weeks prior to this trailer that was ratioed and roasted into oblivion. And we've got some shocking news. The trailer is being ratioed and roasted into oblivion. But perhaps I'm being too harsh. Maybe Lauren Hissrich and her crew of feminists, after being humbled by the entire world and Henry Cavill, have decided to turn over a new leaf and, never mind. Well, actually, Geralt has spent a lot of time being nerfed in his own show, including, but not limited to, being injured in the final episode of Season 1 so the girls can fight it out. And those monsters he was fighting, more often than not, were some variation of a woman who was subjugated by a man, so we should feel really bad when she dies, including the testicles with women's faces. And spending his greatly reduced screen time chasing around the girl who's the key to everything.
Your entire being is dedicated to finding someone who you fear you failed. Your Ciri.
We are joining Geralt across the continent to reclaim that.
Whatever he's up to, Ciri's at the center of it. We need to save Ciri.
What if I can't save her?
And lo and behold, Ciri is, for the 4th season in a row, the girl. I know she eventually becomes that in the books that were published over 30 years ago when it wasn't as much of a trope, but it is now. This is probably why you don't take 6 years to produce 4 seasons, where Geralt was never the central focus.
She's not who she says she is. None of us are.
These are supposed to be the notorious and brutal rats from the books, although you can't really tell here. It looks like they're just standing around waiting to be offended. But I don't think there is a single image from a Netflix adaptation that represents a Netflix adaptation better than this.
What a company I don't love one.
Maybe I spoke too soon. This is Liam Hemsworth as the Temu Witcher. And listen, I've got nothing against the guy. He's got some big shoes to fill. I just hope he got paid a lot. Oh, and I gotta give Netflix credit here. See, Disney, it's not that hard. Midgets playing dwarves. You can pump the brakes on the whole global phenomenon thing, Netflix. The only thing that's remarkable about this show is the fact that you didn't cancel it and how much money you're willing to put into Lauren Hissrich's incompetence.
Something is shifting on this continent. Vilgefortz is gathering an army.
We finally get a shot of The Witcher's main character, Yennefer, and this season's antagonist, Vilgefortz, who, surprisingly enough, is after Ciri.
Whatever he's up to, Ciri's at the center of it.
You will be mine. Please have a seat right there.
And of course, there's a heavy dose of the obligatory feminist gobbledygook girl bossing.
Can we win this fight?
And it wouldn't be a Witcher series without hysterical women screaming over dramatically. And the most disappointing casting of all, what are we doing here, is Lawrence Fishburne. And while his resemblance to the character in the game is uncanny along with all the other Netflix casting, it's not disappointing that he was offered the role. It's disappointing that he accepted it. And it doesn't help that he's delivering lines stolen from Hillary Clinton's campaign slogan.
We are stronger together.
What's something that you always carry with you?
The Witcher.
And Yasker is back, a character who was tolerable in season 1, and then they turned him into the sitcom gay best friend. Yasker is back, a character who was tolerable in season 1.
Yeah.
Wait. So, what even is Hytale? See, I've played on Hypixel for about 10 years, and for ages I've heard about this game, but I've never actually understood what it was. But it's okay, because today I decided that I'm gonna force myself to learn what Hytale actually is. Should be fun. They better make this game. As of November 17th, Hytale is saved. You've probably seen this news all over your feed, but what does it actually mean? I mean, the game's first trailer released just under 7 years ago. At this pace, all those GTA 6 comments are now going to say, we got this thing before Hytale. If you're at all confused about any of this, well, look no further, because I'm going to try to clear everything up and explore what Hytale even is, how it died in the first place, and what the future has in store. Well, to put it simply, imagine if Minecraft and Terraria had a kid that was adopted and raised by Roblox. No? Alright, fair enough. Well, according to Hytale.com, the game blends the freedom of a sandbox with the momentum of an RPG. Sandbox meaning non-linear progression, where you choose what you want to do, and RPG meaning role-playing game, where you play as one of the game's characters and experience and interact with the world as said character. To be honest, that definition doesn't really narrow it down, so let's just look at the actual game. Visually, it's block, very Minecraft adjacent, but it offers things that Minecraft just can't. And yeah, I've seen people call this Minecraft 2.0, but that honestly feels irresponsible. Minecraft's modding experience is so easy. If you want to join a modding server, well, you have to go online and download each and every mod, risking getting hacked each time. This means that popular servers have to rely on extremely limited plugins or in-game commands. And that's why you may feel like games are kind of unpolished when playing on servers like Hypixel, which happens to be the server that founded Hytale, because of these very limitations. The limitations that are tied to Minecraft. Hytale, on the other hand, is going to have modding at the center of its infrastructure, with every aspect of the game being customizable through mods, and mods loading up when you join a server. So saying it's Minecraft 2.0 gives Minecraft way too much credit. Love you, though. I do understand people saying that, though. I mean, it's, again, founded by a Minecraft server and shares the voxel design, but Hytale is built on 3 distinct game modes: Adventure, Multiplayer, and Creative. Okay, I get how Creative may sound even more like a Minecraft clone, but that's actually what sets Hytale apart the most. But before we get into how, let me explain the other 2, starting with Adventure Mode. Adventure Mode is probably what you'd expect from this game. You spawn in one of the 3 possible zones, and the main goal is to survive. In doing so, you'll have to craft better equipment, defeat different bosses and monsters, build shelter, stuff like that. But on top of the core mechanics, you can actually pick a playstyle and stick to it. The options on the wiki are a settler, adventurer, or a craftsperson, but I doubt that these are the only ones players will come up with. Oh, and you can play co-op with your friends and journey through the vast biomes together. When I only kind of knew what Hytale was, this is what I thought. And to be honest, I'd play it just for this. But at the end of the day, this was made by Hypixel, so of course, there's also multiplayer. Now, okay, if you played Minecraft multiplayer, this is basically just a massively upgraded version of that. You can join Hytale's official minigames or community servers, just like in Minecraft. But unlike in Minecraft, those servers' developers have a ton of customization options. I'm talking custom gravity, mods, NPCs, biomes, even a custom camera angle. There are also a bunch of technical things that make this a massive upgrade to Minecraft, but if I were to try to explain those, you would either click off the video or I would summon hundreds of angry programmers, so to prevent the chaos, I'm just going to leave some sources in the description if you'd like to read more, and please comment down below if you have other insights. But now it's time for the 3rd and final game mode, being Creative. Creative mode is awesome. This is where the sandbox aspect really comes into play. You'll be able to create adventure maps, new mobs, custom GUIs, your own animations, or entire server experiences. From what I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but this is a lot like an improved version of Roblox's game creation engine with a much higher skill ceiling. I haven't used the Roblox one much, actually at all, but my incredibly talented 10-year-old brother has shown me some games and cutscenes he's made in it.
Do you want?
Yay.
All right, that was good.
That was good. Hi, everybody. WG, I cannot understand a word of this. All right. It's all over the country. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. As the African expert I am, and the ugly American, I have not bothered to learn any greetings, any thank yous, anything, because they all know English. We're going to the touristy areas. So, live from Luxor, this is the Nerdrotic Nooner at night. Because it's, I don't know, what time is it for you guys? It's in the afternoon, right? We're almost at 3 o'clock Central. Is that where we're at? Yeah, well, we're at 10:38 p.m. Thursday night. And you guys can hear me okay? Got the sound issues all worked out. The problem is this internet sucks. It sucks. So I'm gonna break the bad news right now. I will not be on Friday Night Tights tomorrow. There's just no way. There's just no way. There's still gonna be a show. The guys and gals will step up for sure, but I have to get on a plane at 4:30 in the morning to go back to Cairo. on Saturday. So, thank you. Well, let's say hello to everybody, shall we? I really want to start with, sorry, I got to be kind of quiet because my wife's sleeping. that was the other problem with FNT. So, Microbe 121. God, they're doing the ad symbols now. Zodlander, what's up? Bryce Murphy, what's up? Breder Meyer, what's up? Psychotic Mongoose, how's it going? Fucking YouTube. I wish they would just stop this. It's stupid. It looks terrible, and they're trying to be like TikTok. And now, like on our channels, it says @Nerdrotic. So fucking stupid. Hi, babe. Did I wake you up? I'm sorry. The look I got was not good. What is that? Daisy Blossom Flower Child. Oh, wow. I wish I had a sound effect for that. Mr. Benther. Rat Child UK. G'day. Although you're in the UK, I just greeted like you're in Australia, but fuck it. Y'all sound the same to me. Nick XH69. Angry Minky. Welcome to a show live from downtown Luxor. I am a stone's throw from the Luxor Temple. You can see it. It's right across the street. If you walk across the street in this town and you manage to dodge the cars, the horse-drawn carriages, yes, the donkeys, the wild donkeys just running down the fucking road. And this is like one of the nicer towns. It's actually nicer. Oh, Gary or Drinker? Oh, Drinker every frickin' day. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So yeah, I had to do some live streaming because we are constantly on move. We're having the best time. We checked out some temples. I'll tell you all about that. Nice asses. That's right. The African expert has arrived, and I'm sorting everything out, man. By the time I get back, whoo, Sunni, Shiite, getting along. Gaza will be peaceful. Giza, already peaceful. It'll all be worked out. Everything's gonna be okay, Chris. Everything's gonna be okay. Trust the experts. Trust the science. Oh man, we have been moving. So we are here with Michael Collins, the Wandering Wolf. You might have heard of him. He's like adjacent to every dude who's been on Joe Rogan. They've used, if you haven't checked out his channel, he found the Sage Wall and really brought it to attention. Right? He brought it to attention. And he has had footage used on Ancient Aliens. Good dude, friend of mine, fellow. Well, he's an actual Texan. I'm a fucking poser. Let's be real. I'm from California. So, and we're here with a bunch of members of the Fellowship. If you're out there, happy Jessica. Happy Jessica. Alec Baldwin's Finger is here. ABF. Jeff Up North is here. So many good people are here. It's a good time. X-Ray Girl, probably drunk. She was like sneaking her flask everywhere. I mean, these girls, right? So this isn't a dry country, but it's not exact. It's like Melissa put it best. It's like Salt Lake City, right? So you can get booze. It's just not easy. You can't drink in public. There is a bar in this hotel because it's for Europeans and Americans. Everything's in English. You know how surreal it is, like eating lunch on the Nile and hearing John Cougar concentration camp, which is still the best hand. I don't know what happened to him. That's the best handle I've ever seen on YouTube is John Cougar concentration camp. But yeah, sitting on the Nile, having some lunch, listening to John Cougar. Little shit. It's crazy. It's been crazy. Yes, I missed the fucking Serapeum. with the Tut Trots, the King Tut Trots. Other people have been afflicted, didn't drink the water, didn't do anything wrong. It's just the way it goes. It's the fucking way it goes. But man, that hurt. So I'm gonna try to go back on Saturday by myself. In some places, you have to have, if your group is big enough, you have to have armed escorts. And yeah, great thing. When you're driving around here, it seems like chaos, but it really isn't, because I have yet to see a woman driving anything in this country. Aziz Light, okay, somebody said Aziz Light, we literally saw that today. We saw, they were restoring something at Karnak, and they had a big mirror out that was shining the light on the guy dusting out the stuff he was restoring at Karnak. And we all went, Aziz Light. Yeah, I heard about Stargate. Still haven't seen, saw the movie, right? And yeah, Amazon, Stargate. I just, I don't want to pee on your parade, but this is Amazon adapting a beloved series. And at least they had somebody who was involved, I guess, Stargate Atlantis. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I would just say, hope for the best, expect the worst. That's all you can do. That's all you can do in life. But it's Amazon. It's all OG creators, okay. But RTD came back to Doctor Who. So, times change, politics change, culture shift, and those people we knew before might be different people right now. No IP is safe. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. God, it's hot in here. It's been hot today. Yeah, some of y'all are freezing. It's like 78 degrees. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice, but not doing a lot of wandering around towns, not like Peru, where you can like kind of go downtown Cusco and have a good time. Here it's just like, we'll just hang at the hotel, okay? It's all good. It's all good. So we started, oh wow, so a couple flights to get out here. Got to Cairo. Hotel was nice in Cairo. But they have these little beams, pillars. Pillars come up, so no cars can ram the hotel or something like that. But we got here. Some of the people went to Darshur, the Bent Pyramid, and saw that, and I missed that. But first day we went to Giza, and it was amazing. It was words cannot give us satisfactory description of how fucking big those things are. And I climbed inside the Great Pyramid of Giza, and it was fucking hot in there, and it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Trip of a lifetime. I'm up there with Krigler and Collins, and everybody got a good picture of us in the King's Chamber, which never chambered a king or a mummy. You just walk in there and you're like, no fucking way did guys drag stone, they just with loincloths on and bare feet, like no fucking way. No way. But there's like, I didn't go to the Serapeum, but apparently that's like the most impressive thing. These giant boxes that are cut perfectly that don't fit into, they couldn't have been moved into where they are. They're 12 feet tall, they weigh tons, and there's just no way anybody could move them. And they supposedly were sarcophagi for like bowls. Bullshit. Then we went to Karnak today. Karnak is unbelievable. It's huge. It's unbelievable. Giant pillars. It's still being excavated. I got tons of video of all this, and we are constantly on the move. Like some of these people are getting up at 4:30, going to balloon. But I'm glad they're doing it. I'm glad they're doing it. Have fun. See you when you get back. Yeah, this Wi-Fi sucks. It's not going to hold up, Jeff. Here's one of them. Look at it. Jeff's here. He's in the building. The Wi-Fi blows, bro. I'm not going to be able to do FNT. So we'll just hang out. We'll go check out some tombs. What are we doing? Is that what we're doing tomorrow? We're also sailing on the Nile. It's going to be sweet. It's going to be sweet. WG6961. God, I hate these names. I mean, not that you. I hate that they did that. Not your name. Listen, you could have just gone 6969. Come on, WG. Thanks for the $100. I appreciate it, Gary. It's all a horrible trick. You are really in Dearborn, Michigan. Be careful. Be careful. This might be safer than Dearborn, Michigan, to be honest with you. Not by much. I mean, yeah, I gotta watch what I say. I'm gonna really watch what I say right now. I've got many things to say, many things to add. Some funny, some very based. Some, whew. If you all remember in Graham Hancock's book, Magician of the Gods, when he was traveling to Lebanon specifically, remember the issues he had with his passport. We didn't have issues, we got ready. But it was something similar to that I just won't say. I won't say until I get back home. Thank you, WG, for the Hyundai. WG6961. Fuck you, dude. God damn it. You suck. Yeah, Garrett's finding out right now I'm not doing I meant to call him before, but I'll call him now. It'll be fine. We'll have, who should we have run the show? I mean, Garrett's going to be running. Like he always does. Garrett runs the show. Gets the articles, kind of gets everything going. But who's going to keep the retards in line? Well, that's a good question. Probably Jeremy. I mean, I should get the biggest retard out there. And Jeremy and Az, they can tag team. They're used to that. They can do it. They did it before. The last FNT they did without me, whole show got demonetized. So what could go wrong? And they're going to talk about Wicked, Jeremy's favorite movie and Ryan's favorite movie. And I heard part 2 sucks. And I'll be real with you guys, because I've seen it play. Should we get It's a Gundam? That would be terrible and great. Oh, no, it would be terrible. Okay. He's a busy dude, but yeah, that'd be fun. Hell yeah. Bring Gundam on. Just let it be a shit show for a couple hours. Sure. But all in the best way. Papa Gundam is fucking awesome. So yeah, Wicked, the play, is the second act is weak. Everybody likes it for the first act. That's just the truth. It's just that's where the better songs are, better story progression. It's, if you like that kind of thing. The problem is, when the play was popular, it was something different. Now, you can see it for what it is. Patient zero for this intersection, feminist, revisionist, subversion shit. At least the women in the play were hot. And now you have a couple of skeletons. So, yeah, no, Tim Pool's probably not good. Tim Pool's not available doing this fucking Gen Alpha Z thing, holding my mic shit. Stupid. It's stupid. The Beardo? Oh, fuck me. Oh no. Everybody's no. I already said Beardo's going to be on the last show. When is that? Who knows? At least another year. We got a big year next year. We got Doomsday. We got Odyssey. We got Spider-Man. Spiderman. We got Spiderman. We got Supergirl. The Lanterns, which has now been delayed. We've got House of the Dragon. We've got Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. We got the Rings of Power. We've got One Piece. Like, next year is actually stacked compared to this year. I'm not saying any of it's going to be good, but it's stacked. Possibly Mobland Season 2. Definitely Gentleman Season 2. Landman Season 3. Just to name a few. So here we got Matthew Hammond saying, for $2, says, did you see the Stargate series announcement? I did, Matthew, and I thought of you. You were the first person I thought of. And he said, cautiously optimistic, OG exec producers involved. Hopefully they don't RTD you. I pray that they don't, because fuck that. You deserve better. Alex Belfort, $4.99. Have you found the map room? That's in Tanis. But maybe because they were digging in the wrong place. Make sure the staff is at the right height. Take back one kadam for the Hebrew God. John Wayne, 1985, for 20, says, when you get back here, there shouldn't be any more excuses for not watching Stargate. Oh boy. Especially after the announcement of the new Stargate from Amazon, assuming it won't be woke trash. Looks promising, and I'm cautiously optimistic. Bless you guys. Don't let me destroy your cautious optimism. I'll watch it. What? They announced it, so what, I got 2 years? Gary in Egypt, Half-Life 3 confirmed. It's coming. Is it? You guys just messing? That would actually make my kid very excited. I thought they just kind of didn't care anymore. The Gaza in Giza. Not a geezer in Gaza. An important distinction. That's right. Blind Io? Io. For 5 Martian bases. Thank you. Do you read super chats from last week's stream? I'm gonna try. Just remember, every day in Egypt is a Sunni day, unless you get the Shiites. But I don't know if, do I have a room shot? No.
No.
Nope. Oh God, no. That's all I've got on this one. On my room shot. Give you the Shiites. Gary, the new episodes of Landman, King, and Mayor of Kingstown are all killer, no filler. Sheridan for President Hale, and they fucking let him go. Do you believe that? I have not seen Pluribus. I have not seen it. Doing this. Gary, I discovered a new map. And what the pyramids are. Gary, they are resonators. Found the theory of everything. Holy shit. Ruben for $9.99. They are something. They are definitely something. I think power has a lot to do with it. Hey, buddy, looking great. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm feeling better. I was not feeling great a couple days ago. I love you being an AD for the Hyatt. Am I in the Hyatt? No, I'm not in a Hyatt. I was in a Hyatt earlier in the week. That wasn't bad. That's a big courtyard area behind me. Big open area. I closed, because everybody's asleep, I closed the sliding glass door. What happened here? Thank you. Sushi Oshi 8950. Phil Mitchell's Fist. So good to see you, Gary. Hope you're having a blast. I am having a blast. I am. Hope you guys are having a blast. there in the sunlit world. The last episode's demos FNT will be Beardo, Jay, and no one else's. And no one else's. Would you ever have Beau DeMayo on the show? I'd have him on a show, sure. I'd talk to him, absolutely. If he wanted to talk. Hail Gary, can't wait for your Tales of Egypt. There are many. A lot of people are posting videos already. There are many Tales of Egypt so far. And Pee Pee Poo Poo Girl. Whatever the Pee Pee Poo Poo Man. Did you transition to Pee Pee Poo Poo Girl for 99 cents? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, God, opening a window is scary. I can't believe I'm streaming from Egypt right now. This is the furthest from home I've ever been. I'm a long way from home. I don't even want to look how far away I am from home. Oh my God, this is so, hang on. This is way too zoomed in. What's the dealio? I'm not blown out, am I? My mic is not peaking. Even Egyptian levels of technology are too advanced for Gary. That's true. I'm not going to deny that. Open bar starts now. Say hi to the boys. We got a measure of a man's success is how far he has traveled away from home. Godspeed. Cheers, Sushi. This is pretty far. It's not America, but it makes you appreciate how great our country is. Don't zoom out too much. You'll accidentally reveal Zahi Hawass hiding, holding you at gunpoint in the mirror. I know. I'll try not to. We did wear shirts that said National Project on Giza Pyramid and took pictures. I will show them soon. Vin Diesel does work for voice animation. They missed out on Zootopia sequel crossover. Too Fast, Too Furries. Fist. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. MJ Bull 515. These are from Friday Night Tides. Madeline Kahn. Sweet mystery of life. At last I found you. Always been a thing. Well, Madeline Kahn was hot. Sketch174 for $5. Have any of you guys read any of H.G. Wells' books? Are they any good? They're fucking amazing. Start with The Time Machine, like everybody else does. Mark Bernard, Vermolitimum, whatever that is, for $10 Australian. I have not watched Doctor Who since the first two episodes of Capaldi. I didn't know what everyone meant by Rose. The Doctor. I saw the Doctor Who channel last night and had an aneurysm. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. IO says, share price dropping, run out of ideas, really effed everything up, worried about not getting that stock bonus, then waffle about the AI revolution and watch mega brain investors buy the dip. Yeah, I think AI will go through its little phases like all tech does, but it'll eventually take over. Like, it as a tool, it will absolutely take over. And everybody who says they're not going to use it in Hollywood's going to use it. And the only people who will have the luxury of not using it are like Scorsese's and Chris Nolan's of the world and Guillermo del Toro's. Everybody else is going to use it. Brian's ship has sailed. Ryan, too late. Says Super Salt for $1.99. Cap 3000 S3000 for $10 says amazing live stream, guys. Thank you. The AI grandmother reminds me of Twilight Zone's long distance call and Sing the Body Electric. Ah, yes. Also, imagine the religions AI could spawn. Ugh. 21 Palika sent one neurotic membership. Thank you very much. Mighty Balzac for $2 Australian. Both Menendez brothers got married in prison. Yes, they did. They found girls. They certainly did. Wigdin Briones for $1.99. As Bilbo would say, I'm going on an adventure. That's right. Wizardman for $2. Of course, that's a horse's cock next time on FNT. The Toon Saloon for 14 Zardos, it says, I know you would show Bree your kennel, Ryan. He would. But she'd have to ask first. Have to be consensual. Sorry to see QBG show Normal World end. Would love to see you guys have Dave Landau back on, says Channel Surf. We might. You never know. D Lash for $19.99. I am a widower, single dad of 9 years, and now I am an expert on AI companion. Fuck your grief up totally to a very demonic. It fucks your grief up to a very demonic level. The gatekeepers of AI are part-time Zizian death cult with trans bullshit rationalism cult. Look it up. Judah for $2. I'm sorry, you're a widower. 9 years. Yeah, that's it's. You need your grief. You need to do it. You will not grow. You will be stunted if you don't go through it. Centaur plus fairy, condom, or spelunking, then death. There you go. Thank you, Judah. Robert Hayes for $4.99. All y'all need to play Dispatch and answer the ultimate question: Blazer or Invisigal? I will be playing that. I paid for it. I downloaded it on Steam. It's happening. Aaron Hubbard for $5. Sydney Sweeney's interviewer has been compared to many creatures. I would say she looks like a smug WWE superstar Jerry Lawler. Yeah, without all the muscles and steroids and more intelligence. Justin Sane 1-1 for $1.99. Castle made it work. Oh, we were talking about like shipping and how it's ruined most everything, but sometimes the couples can get together and it works, but it's rare. I got blocked by Grace by asking if Disney paid her bills. Gamer Plus 17 for $5. I would have more respect for her if that was the case. Jason G for $5. Don't know how you feel about Pete Holmes, but his Bale Batman versus Pattinson was hilarious. I'll have to look at it. Cuomo, show me where is the Constitution. It says protests have to be peaceful. TikTok Raymond guy. It's in the First Amendment. Just Google it. This big T for $4.99. Cuomo. Duke Effunes for $1.99. Disney with the paid mod Nexus Glam. LMAO. Yeah, with Predator. It's completely silent now. That faucet got turned off and there is nothing there. It was filling my fucking timeline for days and then it just stopped. It just stopped. Thomas Aarons for $4.99. Seat so instead of grandma we can have Gary for the next 50 years. Well, yeah, I'm way more fun than grandma. Just kidding. I'd rather have you have your grandma around. Is my camera on? That's good. Did it turn off for a second? I just saw my camera said it was on. Restore the Snyderverse. If that actually happened, I would fucking laugh my ass off. That would be so funny. And I'd watch it. I'd most definitely watch it. But hey, guys, James Gunnverse is doing great. It's doing so great that Lanterns, that has been done and shot for a while now, just got delayed to summer of 26. Probably has nothing to do with impending reshoots. Then Grandma persuades him to Minecraft and stuff. And what they're speaking about, new audience, present audience who is here, present. Friday Night Tights, we showed an AI grandma where grandma gets scanned and then after she dies, you can talk to grandma on your phone. An AI grandma who will eventually get to this advice is brought to you by Self-deletion in Canada. Thomas Aarons, $4.99. So instead of Grandma, we can have Gary for that. JB24 for $2. The destruction of the human experience. We are in it. Transhumanism, baby. It's here. Borg is here. There's going to be fucking implants pretty soon. Implants for sight, implants for hearing, and all be for good. And then it's the chip in the brain. And then you'll be able to use it to watch stuff. You'll be able to watch shit in your head. You won't need to go to the fucking movie. You won't need a fucking screen. And yeah, and then after that happens, they can start advertising to you directly in your fucking head. Oof, so glad. Kyle Shears for $5 told the FF crew about my late dog a few months ago. Oh, sorry. And I couldn't dream of ever cloning her. The dangers of this AI loved one shit is unprecedented. It is. Cloning your dog. You can't clone your dog. You go out and get a new one. And you missed the other one for how unique that little doggo was. Gorenstein Media with Ed Gorenstein for £5 British pounds corporate money. And Harry Potter, they could create a facsimile of a dead person by painting them. The morality of this was never addressed. There's a lot of stuff that was not addressed. There's a lot of stuff. I'm trying to think. Painting? Well, the morality of the Imperious curse, they've addressed that. That would be my greatest worry. The unforgivable curses. Yeah. There's the mirror. Stargate, Stargate, Stargate. By the way, Stargate, Gary. Everybody's excited. That's good. Be excited. Just be prepared. Remember how the American Indians thought that taking photographs of them would steal their soul? How silly of them. This is disgusting. Yeah, maybe they were way ahead of the curve. Shark dentures. Garage 44 for $5. Just wait till Grandma starts her ad read before hard mid-conversation. I know. And you know it's going to happen. Sketch 174 for $5. The Dark Knight Rises was the greatest movie I've ever seen, no question. Jeremy will be your best friend. Marty for $1.99. Grandma stopped consoling me to pedal ExpressVPN. Stop consoling me to pedal ExpressVPN. And this episode brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Maddening dollars. It would be disingenuous to buy my dog's memory to make an AI or a clone of him, let alone a beloved human member of the family. Please, maddening, yes. Furry kitten for £5 British pounds proper money. Human reception is a function of cognitive deception. Ooh, that's a lot of shuns. Wild Hunter for £5 British pounds proper money. Train an AI on the Quran. On the Quran. And you can create Muhammad? Ooh. Has anybody tried that? Like with a grok image? I wouldn't suggest it here. Okay. Southeastern Kaiju for $5. Would you like me to lie to you now? AI to a dying Wesley Wyndham Price. That's deep. Would you like me to? Yes. Mark Samford. Mark Samford, $5. I love you all and Friday night times. Thank you. And it would be even better tomorrow because I won't be here. But I have full confidence in all of my co-hosts. Put on a very entertaining show. Luxeaturn. Your name sounds like a medication. Sorry, it just does. Oh my god, my son sent me something on fucking Facebook or Instagram. And like all the drug names sound like wizard names. It's so good. It's really good. Ozempic, the fucking what was it again? It was Ozempic or something. Oh no. That's Southern Lawyer defends Donald Trump for the That's my central center defense I can't find it now. But yeah, there's a reel out there that does drug names as wizards. And it's fucking great. It's great. So Lexaturn for $5 Australian. Limitation breeds excellence. Opulence breeds bloat and waste. True for both budgets and runtime, where films are concerned. It absolutely. Smaller budgets force innovation. Creativity gets that brain going. We could just fall back on the money all the time and we can just fix it in post. That has killed Hollywood. And that has brought on, which is crazy, humans being more lazy and cost effective have brought on AI faster, which is going to unemploy a good half of Hollywood. And you say, well, half's a lot. Well, I don't know what the percentage is of Hollywood, but everything you see on a streaming service requires QC and metadata, project managers, and I don't know if they still have the term for it, but any company's version of a pre-mastering technician, which is a term that was specific to Technicolor, and you know, fucking, I don't know if Ascent Media is probably not around, but something like Ascent or fucking Sony, they were doing it. Like every company, Warner Brothers, Disney, Technicolor, all the major studios have people working in streaming that were working with physical media, still have people working in physical media, and a lot of that requires metadata. Metadata will be the most effective, the quickest in the industry when it comes to AI. And it's already happened. Like, they've already lost a big chunk. So I don't know how they represent, like, all the workers. Now, most of these workers are not union. I think they've tried, but failed, as far as I know. Now, it's been over a decade since I worked there. But, so they're already gone. And then it'll get to design, artists, special effects. We are half decade away from like CGI budgets being greatly reduced. I don't know if anything's going to get better. Yeah, you know what? You're right. We should get campy at a stop, even an RV, like riding around the country. Yeah, we should get him on. Jack, thank you for $4.99. Doug, thank you for the $2, by the way. Dr. Gordo has been a member for 2 effing years. Congrats. The Measure of a Man's Success. I read that one. Here's the one I missed. It's so weird how they went wrong. Sushi Oshi says, I'm ignorant. Where are you in Egypt again? I'm in Luxor. So we are down the Nile River, about 200-300. They measure it by kilometers. It's like 500 something kilometers from, a little tired, sorry, from Cairo. And so last night, So we went to Giza, and then they went to the Serapeum and some other places. We went to Giza in the gem. And the Giza, which is the Great Pyramids, the Sphinx, and then we went to the gem, which is the new Egyptian museum where all the King Tut stuff is now under one roof for the first time ever, and they're getting all their shit back. And it's big. Now, is it up to snuff with the British Museum? No, but it could be. The design is good. It's also a military fortress. It's right next to a military base. They had to move the military base to put it there. It's taken 20 years to build it because obviously there was some concern about political upheaval. And I'd give it a good 20 years. I'd give it a good 20 years. We shall see. But it's pretty nice. It was pretty nice. It's pretty big. It's massive. Got to see Egyptian boats and the iron dagger of Tutankhamun. Got to see his mask. So, like, when you see when you go to the Louvre and you see the Mona Lisa, you're kind of disappointed. It's a little small. Like, it's an amazing painting, but it's fucking small. And when you're walking through the Louvre, you're seeing gigantic ceiling-high paintings that are fucking epic, and everybody's looking at, like, the mid chick, who was probably a 10 back then, let's be real, kind of smiling. And it's like this big. And you're like, King Tut's mask, which you've all seen, is fucking awesome. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Nothing says organic interest like a show having lots of online engagement during the first 14 days and then disappearing completely. Right? Arg, another name. It's almost like it's back. It's almost like this goes back years. Years. But we've had 5 movies just this year perform that with Badlands, which nobody's talking about. Dude, we saw people fucking backing up Tron Ares, a giant piece of shit. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? We need more visionary writers like H.G. Wells. Something Hollywood is sadly lacking. He was either able to predict the future or influence it. He was a little psychic, that guy. A little psychic. Or a big psychic, I don't know. I can't remember how tall he was. Phil Mitchell's Fist. Remember Red Dwarf episode Confidence and Paranoia? Confidence praised Lister to the point of trying to get him to take off his helmet in space. We were warned in the 90s. Hashtag AI Grandma. Hashtag AI Grandma. Not everything will be a subscription. You'll have to pay to hear or see on a monthly basis with implants. Yeah. With implants. It'll be charged. It'll be monetized some way or another. It'll be offered like cell phones. Hey, you get the first one for free. You just got to buy the plan. And then eventually the updates will have to go in there multiple times and it'll be like iPhones. I'd insert something clever, but you already did. I can't even. My brain is a little fried right now. Age of Revolution tie-in series, Radioactive Spider-Man, Miles Morales known as a Spin. Even Marvel knows he's not Spidey. Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Yeah, give him a different name. Make him Spider-Man's sidekick. That's what they should have done over what, maybe I'd say a minimum of a decade and a half. You make him Spider-Man's sidekick. The kid that Spider-Man is a mentor for. Something he's never had. No, they needed Black Spider-Man instead. It's all because of rights issues too. And because they're woke idiots. Gary, happy Jennifer. Britt, happy Jennifer, Britt, Annie, and I'm getting married Saturday. Oh, wow. El Machinas. Or Maquines. Congratulations. Can't wait, short engagement, because we're Mormon, and I have an Egyptian sculpture reed caps. Read caps. Read caps. Can't read. I know. I know. Trying to tell me something I don't know. But I know. But I don't know. Happy Jessica. By the way, congratulations if you're getting married. Just remember, it's always good to get that first one out of the way. No, he did not. I didn't bring him. I didn't bring him. I did not. Hang on a second. Okay, good. All right, we're all caught up on Friday. We're all caught up on Friday. Tried to get a bunch done Friday. We just couldn't get them all, but I tried to get a bunch done. And now you are free to go watch Drinker, where they're talking about the day's events, which I'm a little behind on. I can't talk about Landman. I can't talk about Pluribus, which I want to. And I'm going to go to bed and go see some tombs tomorrow. Oh, and yeah, we're going to see Valley. Here, I'll even look at my trip. Is tomorrow Valley of the Kings tour. Hatshepsut Temple. The Colossi of Memnon. Yes. Gonna see the Colossi of Memnon. And Sunset Nile River Sailing. 4:30 p.m. Gonna be fun. Gonna be fun. But I will not be on FNT because this internet is garbage. Do you play Walk Like an Egyptian on your phone? No, but I will. I will. But I'm fucking burnt. So the one thing we did that I didn't talk about is we traveled from Cairo down to Luxor in a night train. I'm on a night train. So we took a sleeper train. And any of you Bay Area guys out there? Anybody from the Bay Area? It was like a sleeper. It was like staying overnight on BART. I will get it, sir. Sorry about that. Bebop. Let's go. Oh, there's Eddie Brock too. Yeah, there's some more we gotta get. Hang on. There it is. I'm having trouble taking down surveyors and arc raiders. Any tips? Yeah, get good and win. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Do you want me to hold your fucking hand? I'm just the greatest gamer. I didn't get this way by holding everybody's hand. You want to get good, you get good. I identify as Mexican, but don't. But they still call me gringo. Well, do you look white? I mean, you're from Norway. You probably look pretty white. Like the German tourists here stand out about as much as we do. This is a place where you walk down the street, you will be stared at. Like people going. Even though there's tons of tourists around here. Tons of tourists. Where was Eddie Brock? Age of Revelation tie-in series, Radioactive Spider-Man. Miles Morales known for... Oh, I read this one. Okay. Just making sure I didn't miss any more. I have not seen Warfare yet. I plan to before the Oscars. It'll probably be one of my favorite movies of the year. Everybody loves it. If not, why not? Bagsin says Friday Night Whites for $1.99. I just... You know, you got to be in a mood to watch a movie like that. And I haven't been in that kind of mood, but I will. Oh, sure, Gary. Once you're gone on a trip, talks are swirling of Kurtzman officially out as Star Trek. You know, yeah. If that's what it took, I would have left earlier. Yeah, he's out. He's done. They're not going to keep him going. He's a manipulative fuck, and I doubt they're going to deal with him. But, dude, letting Taylor Sheridan go is a huge loss. So now they're going to have to buy Warner Brothers. And it looks like they're going to buy Warner Brothers. That's fucking insane. But if it becomes official for Kurtzman, I will make a video. Oh, I promise. So there will be an FNT. It just will be without me. That rhymed. I didn't mean it to rhyme. I didn't mean it to rhyme. All right, you guys. I'm going to go to bed. You guys are awesome. Thanks for supporting the channel. We're doing great here in Egypt. Yes. Well, did I finish the train? Yeah, it was like staying overnight in Bart, and we're all tired from it. It was an 11-hour train ride. 11 hours, dude. We're flying back tomorrow to Cairo. I'm in Luxor for Christmas in 32 days. Can't wait. You're going to be spending Christmas here? I haven't seen any Christmas decorations yet, Thundercat. I'm not feeling the spirit right now. But yeah, we got lots of video, lots of good stuff. Give everybody a follow. Hail the Fellowship. Love you guys. Sorry I won't be on FNT. Thanks to the Modrotics. Thanks to everyone who left Super Chat donation. Yep, keep the lights on. I'll be home next week. We've got a super cut we released today. And we'll get it all going. The holidays are coming up. We got the Christmas Eve stream. We've got lots of stuff planned. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. On the 10th anniversary of The Force Awakens, I'm going to do a review because I've never done a review of that movie, official video review, so you will get that. It'll be fun. But I've got some adventuring to do. So keep it real, guys. Hopefully I can check in on FNT tomorrow. Hopefully. That'll be fun. And I will see you when I get back in the state. Oh, wait. We got one more. Make no mistake that these people making the new Stargate series probably worship troons and gods and believe communism is the future. That's exactly what I said. Why I'm cautiously optimistic. Hail John Wayne. You know what the fuck's up. Thank you for the $10. All right. So I'll see you guys when I get back. I'll probably stream Monday. I'll be back, I think, Monday morning. So I'll stream Monday. Won't be long. But Monday night. But you guys be well, and don't take it easy on my guys tomorrow. Fucking be brutal. Be brutal. Good night, lady Aaron D. Good night, Sindek. Good night, Andrea. Good night, Bavarian. Good night, David. Lord Thoth. I'm close to him right now. I'm really close to him. Y'all have a good night. Even though it's afternoon. Oh, shit. Have you mentioned that you're the one who built the pyramids, proving you are
Disney is not having a good couple of days. Their stock is sliding. Not doing good. They've admitted that they've lost a ton of money, especially in the entertainment area. And honestly, I would argue their theme parks aren't doing that good either, because the only way those things keep making money is if they raise up the prices. So, in my opinion, they're just milking the same people that go all the time for more money. Eventually, people are going to get priced out, and that's kind of already happened. But one thing that their whole ecosystem depends on is people going to see their properties, be it in the movie theaters or on Disney Plus. They need popular brands to keep the Disney brand, you know, magical. You need new generations of people coming in, and it's just not really happening anymore. And everything that they put out, especially in this live action shit, it just gets destroyed. People are kind of turned off to it. Snow White was a really good example of just how fed people were. You also saw it with The Little Mermaid and a couple of others. In my opinion, all the live action versions suck shit. I think if you want to see the real version, of course, go watch the animated version. Well, they got Moana coming. And listen, full disclosure, I've never watched Moana. I've never watched it, so I don't know if it's good. I'm going to say people probably like it. That's why it's getting a live action version. Gotta milk those old cartoons. Well, it's not getting received very well. At the time here, it had a 67% dislike ratio. Here are the numbers, right, if you want to see them. 35,000 ups to 71,000 downvotes. And apparently it came really quick, like right after they dropped it. But it's not getting any better. Over here, it's now at 39,000 likes, 96,000 dislikes, and it's getting torn up in comments big time. As this one says, I'm kind of surprised that they left the comments open. Now, they're not looking at them. Maybe they are. I don't know. But most of them are pretty negative. Not very many positive comments here. And like I said, they're not doing very well. Go over here. There's an article. Breitbart, Disney stock nosedives and revenue disappoints, raising dark cloud. Bob Iger's looming exit. I gotta say, like, it's Disney investors, I don't feel too bad for them because they've had plenty of time to try to change it. Hell, there was that, I forget the name of it, but was it, that guy that was attached to Perlmutter or whatever. I forget his name now. He ended up, he gave up on this, but he was trying to make a push to change the board and change the culture of losing over there in Disney and get rid of a lot of the bullshit. Like, Disney put out an article, well, they didn't put it out, but other sites did say, Disney's dropping the DEI. Bullshit. They're just going to rename it to something else. Disney is going to stay on this path they're in, and, God bless them. God bless them, because it's good content for me. They won't change. But yeah, Disney investors, they've had time to change this shit. So when they lose all this money, it's like, well, you're kind of doing it to yourself. So you could have changed. And, why they would keep this shit, because it's done nothing but lose money. This stock is, it's not something I would put my money on as a good bet. I'll tell you that. Disney, I think, is going to have some rocky times ahead. But here's what happened. Shares for entertainment giant Disney fell almost 8% last week and continue to slide this week as revenues disappointed in the fourth quarter, falling short of Wall Street's expectations. Roughly flat revenues of $22.46 billion are also casting shadow over old Bob Iger. And I don't know why anybody thought it was a good idea to let him come back in the first place, because this entire mess that the company is in is because of him. So, operating income fell 5% to $3.48 billion, with failures in the TV and film divisions, even though the amusement parks and streaming posted profits, according to the Wall Street Journal. I'm not so sure about those streaming numbers. I feel like they're doing some shit. They're like counting Hulu. What do I know? What I can tell you is that they've definitely lost money in all of this shit that they've made. And whatever they're boasting there, all it's doing is making up for the loss in their garbage. And the theme parks, that's going to pop because they keep pricing people out. And they admit it here. Well, they don't admit that they're pricing people out, but they admit that the only reason that the amusement parks are making money is because of price raises. They say it right here. The company's amusement parks and attractions in the U.S. suffered a small 1% loss, but revenue still climbed, mostly due to price raises. So, I think there's a bubble coming for Disney. Unless they can somehow turn it around. Their biggest brands are losing steam. Marvel, Star Wars. I was just reading how Star Wars is shutting down that Star Wars Insider magazine. I know a lot of people don't read magazines anymore, but that thing has been around for a long time. A long time. It's kind of crazy. It just shows like no one gives a shit about Star Wars anymore. But you can also say, well, maybe it's just time for it to go because there's not really a lot of magazines anymore. Either way, it's just wild to see something that's been around for decades. And in a period where there was no content, it endured, but not under Star Wars Disney. Just keeps dying down and dying out. Another brand they paid a shitload of money for, that they ran into the ground, and all of this new money that they're going to spend for on content, 24 billion on content across their platforms, that's down as well. They're going to spend less money, which is probably a good thing. They're probably going to waste it all too on just dumb bullshit. It's such a terribly ran company. And eventually, all this shit is going to bite them in the ass. But it's going to be a long time. They've got so much money right now. Not much will change, but eventually, they're not going to have a choice. And man, it's going to be funny when that happens. Anyway, let me know what you guys think about all this. I'd like to hear from you in the comments. Also, if you would, please like, subscribe, share the videos, hit that notification bell. We'll see you on the next one. Peace.
The year is 1945. World War II rages from the halls of Buckingham Palace to the shores of the Nile River. Even now, the clash between freedom and tyranny is about to boil over. Somewhere in North Africa, 2 American flyboys are soaring high on a reconnaissance mission, searching for clues to a peculiar new obsession, with the occult gripping the Nazi high command.
Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plots. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Every game Sweet Baby Inc. touches turns to trash, and a new indie game called Winter Burrow came out. It's doing terribly on Steam. These developers previously had silenced people on their forums and permanently banned people from criticizing this partnership, and it looks like that didn't really lead to any more sales for them. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, I really don't understand what they were expecting to happen when they started banning potential customers. Maybe they thought that the woke crowd would love this from them and support this move, and maybe those types of people would show up to buy their product, but at the end of the day, all they really were doing was silencing people who might have purchased. And I know I personally was interested in this game, but when they started banning people for questioning their Sweet Baby Inc. partnership, yeah, that's when I decided, you know what, I really don't have any interest in monetarily supporting them. I suppose if you really wanted to play it, you could via Xbox Game Pass, but this was just a terrible situation. All around, it sucks that a game that looked very cozy and cute ended up being so tarnished because the developers decided, you know what, we need to, I don't know, fight the chuds that are simply questioning this partnership. It would have been way smarter for them to just give us answers instead of silencing people, because the Streisand effect has now occurred, and Winter Burrow is not selling that well. It did go on to Game Pass day 1, so they probably got quite a few downloads that way, and it is on other platforms, so maybe they did make some money from it, but ultimately the all-time peak on Steam was 1,297. Any game Sweet Baby Inc. touches turns to trash, and one day developers are going to learn that. One day they're going to decide, you know what, we don't want to be partnered with an extremely controversial company, because this is the result, having minimal sales. And yeah, I don't think anybody expected this game to sell 100,000 copies on day 1 and get 50,000 players all-time peak, but at the same time, they probably could have done better if they didn't do this, because I know I would have streamed it. I know I would have given it some attention. I know I probably would have talked positively about it if it was a good game, because it looked cozy, it looked cute, but that didn't happen. And well, they probably lost out on sales from real gamers, because when you constantly try to fight against the evil gamers and you sit and you silence people, you're just losing out on real dollars, because the people that want you to be an activist and want you to make a statement don't actually buy video games, they don't actually play video games, so really you're just making a product that's going to appeal to nobody. And this was a major issue, in my opinion. They were banning gamers for, you know, asking questions, for wondering why they made this decision. There were threads like Sweet Baby Inc. involved. Why Sweet Baby Inc. swap? Why a cooperation with Sweet Baby Inc.? Don't buy this game when it comes out. And it says you've been permanently banned from the forums. Master of the TDS asked a couple of very good questions, like why the mass bans and deleted discussions. People are asking fair questions about your work with Sweet Baby Inc., and instead of giving a simple acknowledgement and clarifying what that involvement was, you're shutting down every attempt at dialogue. Yeah, they could have just simply said, we partnered with them like 3 years ago, they didn't have a big effect on the game, they didn't add a lot to this, but we still worked with them. They could have maybe given us 1 or 2 examples of work SBI did, but they didn't. I was one of the first who brought attention to this connection, and now you're treating the very people who care enough to ask as if they are the problem. Honesty and transparency are not weaknesses. They are the only way to rebuild trust. If you had chosen to engage in an open conversation instead of reflexively banning anyone who mentions it, you would have earned respect and likely won back some of the goodwill you're now burning. Your game looked exactly like the kind of experience I would have supported and enjoyed, but the lack of accountability and the decision to silence discussion, or rather than face it head-on, makes it possible to overlook what is happening. You have the chance to turn this around, but that requires doing the right thing and actually speaking with the community instead of trying to erase the conversation, and even that post was removed. And it's always sad to see this happening. Yeah, sure, maybe they don't want our money, and that's fine. They don't need our money, apparently, but a game that had a lot of potential was just totally and completely killed off by this sort of reaction. And they did update their code of conduct, which nobody was breaking in their posts, because the main thing I think they decided to remove was advertising, bullying, or trolling, but keeping the dialogue on topic. We love to talk about games in Winterboro in particular. Let's keep it close to those topics, and Sweet Baby Inc. is a close topic because they literally worked on this game. They had said, mind your language, keep off explicit content and offensive topics, it's a place for all ages, keep a respectful tone in trying to foster dialogue instead of conflict. What TDS had posted wasn't rude, wasn't trolling, wasn't attacking developers, it was just asking questions. No personal insults at community members, developers, public organizations, public figures, or anyone. No unfounded accusations, and if we see someone violating these rules, action will be taken. And it's like with most large companies like the Microsofts and the Sonys and Nintendos, if they see you doing something on their platform they don't like, or they know that you're making statements in their games they don't like, their moderators will remove you, and their terms of service allow those moderators to remove basically anything. And it was confirmed Sweet Baby Inc. had worked on this title by Amy Leigh Shaw. A game I worked on is releasing, and I couldn't be more excited. You wouldn't believe how kind and funny and charming the team behind this project is. That is until you play their gorgeous, mousy game. And Cameron Wild had also basically leaked this by their bio, which says Cameron Wild is a writer whose journey through storytelling has taken them from documentary films to games and beyond, with contributions to titles like Unusual June, God of War Ragnarok, South of Midnight, and Winterboro. They hope to keep resonant stories find their place in the world. Their favorite things include all black clothing, crafting, and their seed poo with the soul of a human man. I don't know why you would need a consultation team on a cute little mousy game. That's pretty freaking crazy. crazy to me, and I have not played this experience myself, but from what I understand, there is a lot of pronoun play in this game. What I mean is that most characters are referred to as they/thems. Now, maybe that's because it's like creatures in the wilderness, but at the same time, you would think that characters that are supposed to be aunties are female, and then maybe others are males. It just seems really bizarre to me. Either way, though, just knowing SBI is affiliated with the title is enough to turn people off from this experience, and while I was initially looking forward to it, and I still would have played it with Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement, it does suck to know that the developers acted really so rude and so hateful, and, well, it doesn't look like the modern audience showed up to support them, because the modern audience doesn't really exist, or the people who could fit into that group are really just sensitive snowflakes on social media. They don't buy games, they don't play games, and really when you try to pander to them, you're pandering to no one. So I'm curious to see if the developers will have any sort of statement. I highly doubt it, since their game did come out a couple of days ago. They've been really silent on the controversy since, but either way, another Sweet Baby Inc. game has released. It hasn't done as good as you would think they would do, and, well, these developers really didn't help themselves. But that's all that I really had to discuss this week. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this important and informative, make sure to give it a like and subscribe to the channel. And if you didn't give it a dislike, I'd appreciate your support either way, but I'll talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if we combined the financial past background antics of warriors and exploration sense of adventure from The Legend of Zelda? No? Oh? Okay. Man. Well, they blew the wind out of my sails there. Anyways, today we're going to be playing Metroid, which combines elements of Super Mario and The Legend of Zelda to make a
Trump has gone officially ham, taking it to the next level, and it's all because of this right here. Elected officials, elected Democrats just released a video encouraging members of the military to commit treason and defy orders from Trump and Hegseth. And Trump's response is next level. Here we go right here.
Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly. Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodwin. Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy. Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer. Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
And the intelligence community.
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now. Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk. This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals.
against American citizens. Like us. You all swore an oath.
To protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard, and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
Whether you're serving in the CIA,
The Army, or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
The American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws.
the Constitution and who we are as Americans. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
TDS has now reached this level, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump has responded to Democrat lawmakers calling on the military to defy orders from the administration. And as you see right there, Trump says it. He says what the punishment is for this type of behavior. Oh yeah, he's going absolute ham right now. He also, this is a retweet from Trump, and you see it right there, retweeted by Donald J. Trump over on Truth Social. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. We are hitting all new levels, and it is beautiful to see. We got this right here, Speaker Johnson with CNN's Manu Raju, I think. The president posted about what he thinks should happen to the Democrats who urged service members not to follow legal orders. Mike Johnson says this.
The president posted that Democrats who urge service members to not follow illegal orders should be punished, it should be seditious, conspiracy, and punishable by death. Give me a response to that.
Look, I know the DOJ and Pentagon are looking into the legality of all that, but what I can address is what everybody knows. That was wildly inappropriate. It is very dangerous. You have leading members of Congress telling troops to disobey orders. I think that's unprecedented in American history. And as the father of a young man who is, at the Naval Academy, going to be joining the service, I know young soldiers, airmen, sailors, they don't need that kind of nonsense from people in Congress. It is very dangerous. At a very dangerous time. I'm going to let others define what it is, but it's wrong.
All right. Mike Johnson, that was a pretty good answer because he was trying to get you to go after Trump, and Mike Johnson didn't bite, so respect there. Now, Palestinian Senator Chuck Schumer is very upset, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. President,
Democrat leaders recognize.
Earlier today, Donald Trump shared a post on Truth Social calling for Democratic members of Congress to be hanged. He also posted a message that said, seditious behavior, punishable by death. Let's be crystal clear. The President of the United States is calling for the execution of elected officials. This is an outright threat, and it's deadly serious. We've already seen what happens when Donald Trump tells his followers that his political opponents are enemies of the state. Every time Donald Trump posts things like this, he makes political violence more likely. None of us should tolerate this kind of behavior. We all remember what January 6th was like.
Oh, January 6th, of
We've
course.
lived through the assassination and attempted assassinations this year.
Of who? Of who? Who was the attempted assassination against, Chuck? Are you going to say his name?
These members whose families...
you didn't want to mention who the assassination attempt was against? Chuck Schumer? It's interesting how you didn't want to mention that.
To flee their homes. Donald Trump uses the language of execution and treason. Some of his supporters may very well listen. He is lighting a match in a country soaked with political gasoline. Every senator, every representative, every American, regardless of party, to condemn this immediately and without qualification. Because if we don't draw a line here, there is no line left to draw. Who would have thought the President of the United States saying his opponent should be hanged? It's outrageous. No president has ever stooped as low as Donald Trump. None. He has made political violence a feature of his politics. And if we don't draw a line here, there's no line left to draw. And yet today he crossed yet another line that no democracy can afford to tolerate. He must be condemned forcefully, loudly, and without excuses before someone takes his words as permission to do the unthinkable. Anything less enables the flames of hatred to grow and spread.
Oh, Chucky Schumer. Old Chucky. He's really, really passionate about this, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so Chris Murphy drops F-bomb while raging about President Trump's recent Truth Social post.
President of the United States just called for Democratic members of Congress to be executed. This is not normal. We cannot allow this to feel normal. This, as far as I know, has never happened before in the history of the country. Every Democratic member of the Senate and the House, their life is in jeopardy right now, especially those that were specifically targeted by the social media post. Democratic senators and House members who were simply saying that no member of the military should act illegally or in violation.
So did I, Walter.
So did I. Of the United States. Just like for members of Congress who execute. If you are a man of influence in this country, maybe it's time to pick a fucking side.
Oh, I picked a fucking side. My side is MAGA, and this is what I voted for. What are you gonna do about it, Chris Murphy? I've already picked a side. I picked it a long time ago. And all of your tears and your identity politics and your labels and all of your bullshit means nothing to me. You can cry about Trump all day long. I don't care. I voted literally for this. I voted for your tears. I voted for your emotional breakdown. I voted for this, and there's not a damn thing you can do to make me regret that. In fact, your tears only make it better. Only make it better. So keep fucking crying. Donald Trump won the popular vote. He won the Electoral College in a landslide. All because of people like you. You made him more popular. You made him more powerful.
Yeah.